Welcome, everyone. Today's Tuesday, June 10th, 2025, and we'll call this meeting to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone bow their heads. Heavenly Father, we just come to say thank you. We come to thank you for the assembling and the gathering of like-minded individuals. We come asking for your mercy, also asking for your guidance as we navigate the betterment of our community and as we work together to create an ideal community in the way that is equitable and habitable for all of us. We pray for peace all over the world wherever there is turmoil, and we just ask that you continue to lead and guide all of our actions and know that it's not for any one individual benefit, but always for the greater good of the collective. These and all the blessings we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, we'll move on to the adoption of the minutes. We have 3 of them to adopt. Mr. Cease, is there any changes? Yes, sir. Okay, is anyone on the council have any changes? If not, is there a motion? The regular meeting minutes of 5:13.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. That's unanimous. Up next is the budget workshop meetings from 5/22/25. Any comments or any? Is there a motion?
I move to accept those minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Up next is the budget workshop meeting minutes from 5/27/25. Any discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous as well. All right, we'll move on to presentations, celebrations, and recognitions. Up first, we're going to have Beaufort County School District Character Student of the Month. We have Allison Mendez. Family members are welcome to come up.
Hi, I'm Dr. Becky Hannes, the school counselor at Red Cedar. We have Ms. Brayshaw here, Allison's classroom teacher, Mr. Vaughn, the assistant principal at Red Cedar. And this is what Ms. Brayshaw said about Allison. I want to take a moment to recognize and appreciate your remarkable ability to forgive. In moments when it would have been easy to hold on to frustration or hurt, you chose understanding, kindness, and grace. That takes strength, maturity, and a big heart. Your willingness to move forward and treat others with compassion sets a powerful example for those around you. It shows true character and makes our classroom a better place. The idea of being so forgiving at such a young age is not often seen. There are a number of individuals who would have not exhibited the level of acceptance and forgiving that you have. The student that I am talking about right now is Allison Mendez. She's been in a classroom situation where she was in a tough situation but chose to be forgiving and friendly toward a student that wronged her instead of holding a grudge and making that individual feel bad. I am proud of her for having the strength to make the mature choice of accepting another student's apology and moving forward. It takes a lot to look beyond some things, and she was definitely able to do that. Continue to shine. Thank you for being someone who chooses forgiveness.
Congratulations. This is for you. Get some pictures. Help crunch in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, just do it right here. Balls in front there. The little guy.
Can you push down the plastic a little? It's in your face. There you go. All right. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Oh, here, back in. That was so much stuff for you. Hold on. Me? Here you go, some little goodies. You're gonna be really special to get these. But I don't know what might be in this bag.
Thank you.
Sure. Next, we have the American Heritage Girls, Diana Tistel. You want to come up? Family members or anybody? Hi. Welcome. Diana is a recent graduate of May River High School and is part of an organization called American Heritage Girls. Diana recently received the Stars and Stripes Award, the organization's pinnacle award with emphasis to service to community. This certificate of recognition serves as a token of appreciation for all your hard work and a testament to your remarkable achievements. So, you want to say this?
I've been a member of the program since I was a young girl, and it has truly changed who I've grown up to be. I think being part of a community of fellow young women, ages from 5 to 18, who all put our faith in each other and the leaders around us and in the Lord, and helping develop women of integrity and being able to help the community has been something really special to me, and I'm really grateful.
Great.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, John. Appreciate my pleasure. Up next, we have the Juneteenth proclamation. Fraser, you going to come up and accept this, or you have someone? Okay. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared enslaved peoples in any state to be forever free. On June 19, 1865, federal orders were read in Galveston, Texas, reaching those who had not yet received word of the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. June 19th has since become a holiday that commemorates the announcement of the abolishment of slavery in Texas. The Bluffton Juneteenth celebration is sponsored and hosted by the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee with its 10th annual celebration this year. The theme this year is Sankofa. Did I say that right? Yes. Connecting the present with the past. I'm Larry Toomer, Mayor of Bluffton, along with Bluffton Town Council, do here proclaim June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth Day. And would you like to say anything about Juneteenth?
Sure, Mayor. My name is Angela Douglas, and I'm a member of the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee. And this past Friday, we kicked off the 10th year anniversary with a series of events. The first was a rodeo themed event at the Oyster Factory Park, which was well attended. Over 400 people came to it, and it was a lovely time. And this week we'll continue the celebration on Friday with a food truck festival at Buckwalter Park. Everyone is invited, family and children, and everyone will have a wonderful time. And on Saturday, the Juneteenth festival will be held at Ma Daisy's Porch campus. And on Sunday, it will conclude the festivities at Ma Daisy's as well with a jazz brunch. And you can find more information about all of these events on the Bluffton MLK Observance Facebook page. So we hope that you will join us. Thank you.
Great.
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it. Thank you.
Ron Troniski. Okay. Welcome. Gun Violence Awareness Month proclamation. Gun Violence Awareness Month honors the many lives that have been cut short by gun violence in our country and our community. The town of Bluffton supports continued statewide efforts to strengthen gun safety laws and educate the community on safe gun storage. Mayor Larry Toomer, along with Bluffton Town Council, do here proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and urge all citizens, businesses, and agencies to work together to reduce gun violence in our community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything about
Well,
your
I just want to, yes, the local chapter here is called Moms Demand Action. It's a statewide organization. We have a local chapter here in Bluffton, and it's all affiliated with the national organization, which is Every Town America. June 6th is National Gun Awareness Day, and I want to thank Mr. Mayor and the Town Council for recognizing this. Thank you.
pleasure?
Sure.
Is Queen Quet in the house? I don't see her.
Could we get a picture?
Huh?
A picture?
Oh. It's a long agenda.
Do you wanna open it up so we can see it? Thank you. 1, 2, 3. I got it, thanks.
Thank you.
So do we want to read this proclamation? There's no one here to receive it, or hold it till next month? What do you think?
It's, I don't know if there's anybody, it's for Gullah Geechee Heritage Month, I don't.
Okay, well, I'll read it anyway, that way it's done. All right, this is Gullah Geechee Nation Appreciation Week proclamation. The Gullah Geechee have been essential to the cultural fabric of our community, and we've created this week since 2013. 2025 marks Queen Queen Quet's 25th anniversary as head Pandu Budi of the Gullah Geechee Nation. Say that fast. She has led the movement to protect Gullah Geechee culture, human rights, land and water rights for over 4 decades. I, Mayor Larry Toomer, along with Bluffton Town Council, do hereby proclaim July 26th through August 2nd, Gullah Geechee Nation Appreciation Week, and encourage us citizens to celebrate the week by supporting the activities happening local under the theme 25 Years of Self-Determination, celebrating the roots and legacy of the Gullah Geechee Nation. Okay. So normally we move into public comments, but since all the public comments that we've received are pertaining to the wetlands ordinance, and we're having a public, what you call it? A public hearing and final reading on that. So, trying to find where I'm at here. So, we will open the public. Do I have to read this first?
You're gonna go to number 1. You still redo.
Oh, yeah, better. First, I got to read the rules. During public comment, each speaker is limited to a total of 3 minutes per meeting, regardless of whether the person is speaking on their own behalf or as an agent for others. Meeting attendees may not donate, transfer, yield, or give all or any portion of their speaking time to another person. All public comments are to be conducted from the podium and directed to the town council as a whole and not to any member thereof. All speakers shall be mindful and respectful of those participating in or present at the meeting. Speakers shall be expected to be civil in their language and shall refrain from comment or behavior that involves disorderly speech or action, name-calling, personal attacks, threats, obscene or indecent remarks, and/or disruptive actions. All speakers shall confine their comments to the issues under the jurisdiction of the town council. Speakers shall not use the public comment period to promote or advertise awards, businesses, services, goods, or candidates for public office. Any speaker that violates these rules and protocols for public comment may be ruled out of order by the presiding officer. Any person whose comments have been ruled out of order shall immediately cease and desist from further improper comments. The refusal of an individual to desist from further improper comments may subject the individual to removal from the meeting and/or a citation under Section 2-49 of the town code. Okay. So we're going to put.
Do what? Oh, right there.
All right. So I get communications from council. We can go ahead and do that first, and then we'll open the public hearing. Anything, Ms. Burden?
I don't have anything.
Ms. Frazier?
I don't have anything.
Mr. Hamilton?
Why would I be different?
Mr. Woods? Okay. All right, so I got confused on my
So
thing here.
if you're going to the public hearing, the first one's the budget.
Well, you have a workshop agenda item?
No, sir.
Okay, that's scratched, okay.
Okay, all right, so up first, we have consideration of an ordinance approving the town of Bluffton's fiscal year 2026 proposed consolidated budget, public hearing, and final reading. So we'll open the final reading, comments,
Public hearing.
public hearing. All at once? Second call for public comment pertaining to the budget. Third, public hearing is closed. Mr. Stees?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This presentation is a lot shorter than what we've done for the first reading as well as the workshops, as we've gone through those to get to the final reading. So I have in front of you the schedule that we've gone through. First reading was May 13th. We had budget workshops the 22nd, 27th, and we're at the public hearing and second and final reading right now. So there are a few changes since first reading, and I wanted to go highlight those. The consolidated budget did increase by about $2.5 million. The reason being is we upped our land acquisition budget to just about $9.7 million, which then increased our CIP by that same amount of $2.486 million. This is to carry forward the money into next year so that we can close on the property we have under purchase agreements at this time. We also amended the resident rates for the rentals and the fee schedule to include property owners. That was a comment that came up during the workshop. We have a full-time equivalent for an affordable housing position, and we're working through the Affordable Housing Committee on that. They're workshopping it in July, and we'll bring back any recommendations for council. It also capped the increase for the Palmetto Breeze at 3%. And that comes up to just short of 195,000, where they were about 168 last year. We also increased the executive operating budget when we took the money down from Palmetto Breeze by 50,000. We have a Parks and Rec study in there. We're also doing a Performing Arts Center study, and we didn't include any money in the first reading for what may come out of for next phases of the Performing Arts Center study. So we wanted to make sure that that was in there as well. So those are the only changes since first reading. I'm going to go through very highlights right now. As you can see, the overall budget is about $97.5 million. This is down about $6.5 million over last fiscal year. The general fund is up slightly, but for the most part, the capital improvement fund is down because we've been completing projects with New Riverside, the splash pad, and so forth. We've been completing some of our large-scale projects. This goes over the interfund transfers. As you can see, there's a lot that moves within our budget to fund different parts, mostly the capital projects. As you can see, there's money that's coming in pretty much from every fund to help fund our capital projects. But we also move money in from hospitality, local accommodations, and so forth into the general fund to offset costs for employees, events, operations of town facilities. So some of the highlights of the budget: it does keep our property millage flat at 36 mills. It has some updates to the master fee schedule. It again continues to focus on town council priority programs. It also works to continue to keep our pay competitive. It has a cost of living increase of 3% for all employees. And then we have a merit increase for mid-year that would be up to 4% with a cap of $2,500, with the purpose working to have a higher increase and impact our employees that are at the lower pay band to get them up faster. It also invests in our public infrastructure with our capital projects. We'll continue to work on public sewer, streetscapes, parks, affordable housing, and historic preservation throughout the community. It also keeps our partnerships in place. We already talked about Palmetto Breeze a minute ago. It also keeps our partnership with USCB for the Bluffton Ambassador Program, and also the Water Quality Lab and our microbial source tracking that they do for us. Also keeps our SROs in place, as well as our partnership with crossing guards. It also continues to fund Don Ryan Center at the same level as the previous budget. And it also recognizes the accommodations tax, where now we're able to move portions of that funding into affordable housing projects, as well as our DMO with the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, which will be presenting and is on the agenda for later tonight. So just to conclude, this kind of brings us to the overall budget again. And if council is good, before I ask y'all to approve, I would be remiss if I did not thank council, staff, finance, department heads, everybody that's been involved in the budget process to get to where we are now. I think between our bond rating, how well our fund balance is, how well we manage stuff, it speaks well to the staff that we have here and council support to be able to operate efficiently and manage taxpayers' dollars at a high level. So thank you to everybody involved. If council is good to move forward, then I have a motion for you on the screen.
Questions from council, Ms. Burton?
No questions.
Mr. Hamilton? Mr. Wood? Ms. Frazier? If not, is there a motion to approve this?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the fiscal year 2026 proposed consolidated budget.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that's unanimous. Thank you, Stephen, for trying to make us understand. That's a lot of moving parts. Okay, up next we have a consideration of an ordinance to amend the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinance, Chapter 23, Unified Development Ordinance, Article 5, Design Standards, Section 5.4, Wetlands, and Section 5.10, Stormwater, and Article Definitions, Interpretations, Section 9.2. And this will be a public hearing and final reading. Mr. Kevin Icard.
Yes, sir. If you want to call for public comment.
Yes, I think we'll call for public comment. I have a list of everyone who has signed up already, and we'll start with Kinsey Poole.
Good evening. My name is Kinsey Poole, and I'm a staff attorney at the South Carolina Environmental Law Project. We use legal expertise to protect land, water, and communities throughout South Carolina, and we work hard to defend and preserve our state's life-sustaining natural systems for future and current generations. I am here tonight to voice my support for the UDO amendments in tonight's agenda related to design standards, wetlands, and stormwater. Wetlands are an essential thread in the fabric of our environment, and simply by existing, wetlands provide flood control and mitigation, storm protection, erosion control, pollution filtration, habitat for diverse species, unique spaces for recreation activities, and more. The loss of wetland areas causes communities and environments to experience increased flooding, decreased water quality, and increased erosion, a destructive combination as intense storm events become more and more frequent. Unfortunately, wetlands are being lost at an alarming rate, which has had and will continue to have detrimental, irreversible, and long-term implications not only for the environment, but also for the public's health, safety, and welfare. At the same time, the legal protections in place for wetlands have proven inadequate and inconsistent. The state of South Carolina currently has no independent permitting authority over wetlands, with all of its regulatory authority being tied to either the Federal Clean Water Act or another state or federal permit. Further, this limited regulatory authority focuses on coastal tidelands and wetlands, leaving isolated freshwater wetlands especially at risk of fill and destruction. To make matters worse, Federal Clean Water Act protections have repeatedly been weakened through judicial opinions. Most recently, in the court's Sackett decision, it limited the U.S. EPA's and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' authority to regulate certain waterways and wetlands that were previously protected under the Clean Water Act. As a result, millions of wetlands across the United States, as well as here in South Carolina, are more vulnerable to unchecked development than ever before. This is why UDO amendments on tonight's agenda are so important. With the future of federal and state wetland protections in flux, it is becoming necessary for local governments to take a leadership role in enacting wetland protections within their own jurisdictions. Some of the most important aspects of these UDO amendments include providing 50-foot buffers along the perimeter of all wetlands to create a transition between uplands and preserve the health of wetlands, and building a local wetland certification program by which the UDO administrator can review development and site alteration projects within any wetland or wetland buffer area. Implementing and protecting these buffers are scientifically backed measures that safeguard wetlands and allow them to keep performing their essential functions. To conclude, I want to thank Town Council and staff for taking initiative and diligently working to protect wetlands within this jurisdiction. We strongly encourage Town Council to approve and adopt these UDO amendments at second reading tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ronald Williams. State your name and address for the...
My name is Ronald Williams. I live in Hampton Hall at 24 Hampstead Avenue. Effective December 2024, the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services Bureau of Coastal Management Coastal Zone Consistency, CZC, Department increases staff from 3 to 9 to provide greater oversight and enforcement of natural resources and coastal regulations in South Carolina's 8 coastal counties. CCZ management has offered to assist in near-term planning steps. To date, no other South Carolina coastal county, city, or town is known to have enacted a local wetlands law following the 2023 Sackett decision, nor has any one of the coastal counties, cities, or towns known to have declared any threat to the general welfare of its residents based upon freshwater wetlands concerns or lack of enforcement. In January 2025, Town Council authorized the McCormick-Taylor Consulting Agreement to produce an inventory of wetlands within the town's jurisdiction. When received, the report will describe and map the extent of wetlands within the town's jurisdiction. A combination of accurate wetlands inventory, along with scientific professional information, will help provide essential input for consideration of all proposed wetland text amendments. We ask that you postpone the wetlands text amendments second reading tonight in order to allow time for a committee of citizens, local and state professionals, and town staff sufficient time to work together to provide a comprehensive report. We ask for your support in providing a time frame to work on more equitable results. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Joe Almeida. Almeida, okay. I went to school in Bluffton. Please excuse me.
My name is Joe Almeida, live at 243 Stony Crossing, and I'm the head of school at Cross Schools. My presence here this evening isn't to make an intellectual plea about wetland buffers. I do not possess the background to properly analyze or debate the data surrounding the subject matter. I am here to make an emotional plea to you as our public representative. The role of government isn't singular, it's plural. Its role includes providing public safety, infrastructure, education, public health, social service, legal systems, recreational facilities, promoting economic development, and much more. Overemphasis in one of these areas can cause unintended consequences in other areas. If this current ordinance passes, the obstacles it imposes on the Church of the Cross and Cross Schools could be one of many unintended consequences. Cross Schools was founded in 1994 as a mission of the Church of the Cross with 7 students. We are a 12 months to 12th grade Christian school in the town of Bluffton. On our Buckwalter campus, the church holds services for its 2,800 members, and the school serves over 700 students now, and their families, and about over 100 staff members. We have experienced significant growth in our K-12 program over the last 5 years. In August of 2020, we started a high school with the addition of our first freshman class. In May of 2024, we celebrated those freshmen as our first graduating class. With the addition of a high school and the school's continued growth, our need for further development is imperative. As the population of Bluffton has grown, the church and school development plan has progressed to meet the spiritual and educational needs of its growing population of church members and students. Our development plans on the current campus have been approved and applauded by the town and county officials. Today, unless we receive an exception or the ordinance is postponed, we are essentially being told that we cannot continue our development plan, not only from a facility standpoint, but as a school. Our need for further development directly parallels our ability to grow as a school. And unlike other organizations, we don't have the option to pick up and move. In closing, I want to state that we believe in the broader notion of stewardship. In fact, we have an environmental learning program at our school that teaches 3-year-olds all the way through 12th grade about the importance of caring for our environment, including our wetlands. This program teaches our students the importance of taking care of everything God has entrusted to us. We've hired a development team that includes qualified engineers, wetland consultants, and architects who have a proven track record of operating at a high level. We ask, under the advisement of our development team, we respectfully request you consider our circumstances, the circumstances of others, and postpone the second reading. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening and for your service to Bluffton community.
Thank you. Up next, we have Scott Thomas.
My name is Scott Thomas. I am a Bluffton resident. I live at 43 Rosedew Creek Plantation Drive. I'm here on behalf of Cross Schools. I am a board of trustee members and a father of 2 students that attend there. Past and future phases of church and school plans have been presented to the town. Engineering, design, and funding plans for the Buckwalter's last 3 phases are well underway. As it stands, we are currently jeopardized by the town's proposed 50-foot wetlands buffer text amendment and pending doctrine ordinance. The stakes are very high at our campus. The final master plan phase will provide classrooms for 250 additional students and accommodating staff. It'll provide fields for soccer, football, baseball, softball, a gymnasium, laboratories, administrative space, fine arts, multi-purpose indoor spaces, roads, infrastructure, and considerable site work. The estimated final phase costs are in excess of $30 million. The existing $70 million campus assets and operations are recognized by South Carolina Jobs Economic Development Authority as benefits to this community in compliance with JEDA's requirements as a 501c3 organization and employer. The campus is an important spiritual and educational center in the bullseye of our community. The Church of the Cross has existed since 1767. The school's academic, athletic, advancement placement, credentials, university acceptances, scholarships, and SAT scores are well known. The church and school campus programs function 365 days a year. On April 29th, the council received concerned public comments. It was stated by council, more science is needed and more input from property owners will be included. We ask that you please allow adequate time for town staff, state officials, citizens, stakeholders, residents, and experienced professionals to examine the wetlands inventory report authorized by the council. Only when that report is received will we know the scope of any wetlands inventory challenges and how to comprehensively write, edit, adopt, and publish text amendments. We ask for your support in postponing the second reading tonight until the wetlands report is completed. Thank you for allowing me to speak and for your service to the town of Bluffton.
Thank you. Up next, we have Frank Bird.
Good evening. My name is Frank Bird. I live in Colleton River.
Let me, the clock's not right. It says 5 minutes. A while ago, it was 15 minutes. Just in case we get to something.
We can sit there, okay.
Okay, start over. Thank you, sir.
My name is Frank Bird. I live at 7 Double Eagle Drive in Colleton River. And I am currently the chairman of the board for the Cross Schools, which is a major subject for our discussion tonight. We appreciate your hard work in town government and the hard work of many Bluftonians. Councils, staff, stakeholders, and volunteers have paved the way for Bluffton's very, very high success. Bluffton's natural setting along the May River, charming historic district, proximity to Hilton Head Island, beaches, diverse outdoor recreational facilities, vibrant art centers, festivals, parades contribute to the town's general appeal. Outstanding customer service centers, medical, caregivers, countless businesses, professional service operations, commercial establishments, restaurants, educational campuses, houses of worship, lower and middle schools, trade and technical institutes, and USCB make Bluffton one of the most desirable residential designations in America. We seek your continued support for direction and the ways forward to ensure the Church of the Cross and Cross Schools can achieve its final phases to complete much-needed facilities, developments in response to those who live here. Without your support, this community's Buckwalter campus is in jeopardy of not being able to conclude the vitality and important phases of the plans presented to the town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got Steve Kaiser.
Good evening. My name is Steve Kaiser. I live on Myrtle Island. I'm a property owner, resident there in the township. But I own a couple of properties in the town of Bluffton. So I'm a taxpayer here in Old Town Bluffton also. And I think the last time I spoke to you, I called that being a hybrid. So we are excited to be here tonight on behalf of a lot of folks who are present to talk about things of importance. In behalf of the Church of the Cross and Cross Schools, we're here to address the agenda item that's been mentioned so far by other people. You know about the 78-acre Buckwalter campus by now. We don't need to talk a whole lot more about that. The current campus programs do serve thousands of people in addition to the students and the faculty and the staff and the folks who come to worship, because the households have a lot more people in them than just those who go to class every day. So thousands of people participate and benefit from the programs on that campus every single week. And we need town approvals to move forward just as fast as we can. The final phases are upon us, and I'd like to ask Scott to stand up and hold this. You've received a handout. The first handout graphic that you see is on the top. It shows the first phase of development that exists today with 115,000 square feet of buildings and climate-controlled spaces, a chapel, columbarium, multiple buildings, and one sports field. The second part of the campus is the majority of the area in the back that you can see here that is shown on the plan. That has not been built. That's going to take 3 or 4 years after the permits are built to achieve the completion of all those phases. You'll look at it and see a lot of sports fields, a soccer and a football field, a baseball and softball field. And we have a beautiful gymnasium site and then a new high school building that's important to be able to house 250 new students that are programmed to be on this campus. If second reading is approved tonight, the church and school will not be able to do what was just described here on the back half of the property. And so what I'd like to do is pull up another graphic and show you what happens with the 50-foot buffer setback. So if you look at this graphic, and then you look at that graphic, you can see that there's a huge impact visually and realistically at grade level.
which means we will not be able to build the facilities that have been shown to the town for a long time, that we've planned and that we've executed, and we've moved forward with a lot of consultants and team members. So in order for us to achieve the development and completion of this additional phase construction, we have to have your help. We ask for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Walter Nestor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Town Council. My name is Walter Nestor, and I'm an attorney with the Burr and Foreman Law Firm, and we have offices in the town of Bluffton. We do appreciate the efforts of Town Council to protect and support our natural resources, one of the things that makes our town so great. I'm here to talk about this wetland ordinance, and I've provided to council my specific comments concerning the ordinance because I think that there are some areas that need to be improved, and therefore I too am asking that this matter be deferred until these items can be addressed. My comments are not intended to criticize the drafters. Drafting an ordinance, an enforceable ordinance, is very difficult. It's complex, much easier to criticize it on Monday morning, and that's unfortunately where I am. And that is identifying areas where I think that the ordinance as drafted may be unenforceable. First, the ordinance does not have any written standards for the exercise of discretion of the UDO administrator. I count 8 different areas in this new draft ordinance where the administrator has to exercise discretion, but no standards are described where he or she is going to be able to make those decisions. And therefore, property owners, people who want to use and develop their property, are not going to understand how that discretion is exercised. It's also not clear who is supposed to provide a wetland delineation. I think the professionals in the chamber all appreciate what a wetlands delineation is, but it's not clear in the ordinance who is supposed to provide that wetlands delineation. As noted in my comments to council, the Corps of Engineers in the District of Charleston is no longer providing wetland delineations. There are jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands, and I know that's part of what prompted the presentation of this ordinance. But non-jurisdictional, isolated wetlands should be treated differently. You have areas within this community where you have land that once was a wetland, that's isolated, it's not connected to any water body that should be protected or warrants protection under typical standards, and therefore those isolated non-jurisdictional wetlands should have a process or a procedure whereby an owner can have his or her land developed and used. I also note that some of the exceptions do not apply to the government or quasi-government organizations. And so property owners associations within the community, and I know that there are property owners associations in this community that need to fix their stormwater treatment facilities. Well, they're not going to be able to expand them based on this ordinance because the buffers and setbacks that are described in this ordinance apply. And the same goes with the town and utility companies expanding roadways and extending utilities. You cannot enlarge or increase them. Finally, it is not clear to me whether or not the development agreements that have been approved by council for the past 30 years apply or do not apply. There's no reference in the ordinance to the development agreements, but when I look at the development agreements, for instance, Buckwalter, notwithstanding changes to the stormwater ordinance, buffers and setbacks are designed by the, yes, sir. I just appreciate if council would let us know whether or not the development agreements.
We're not here to argue about it or discuss it or anything, but everybody's had
yes, sir.
ample time to bring any of their concerns to staff and to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Jake Reed.
Good evening, council. My name is Jake Reed. I live at 20 Ivory Elm Stroll in Bluffton. I echo the comments of the individuals who have stood up this evening in favor of delaying the decision, providing more insight, and doing a little bit more research into further developing this ordinance to be better and taking the time to do that. In the workshop that we had last month, we specifically heard from the members that were up on the panel there state there should be an effort to reach out to the public and the private members who were here. To date, none of us have received any phone calls that I'm aware of to further evaluate the decision that's being made this evening about this ordinance. So I would just ask that we take a little bit more time, please, because I think there will be a much greater impact at risk here than we're all necessarily prepared to live with. So thank you.
Thank you. John Reed?
Good evening. I'm John Reed, 38-minute man. I've been here a long time, 53 years. So I just want to ask you to postpone and until you can pass an ordinance that protects both wetlands and the property owners. I think that's what people want. They want to protect the wetlands, but they also want to protect the property owners. Just common sense regulations. I think you are rushing this without the adequate input from the scientists and the developers who've done a good job, and the environmentalists and so forth. Just take some additional time. For example, the 50-foot buffer requirement is much different than the OCRM 50-foot riverfront requirement. Totally different, because on the OCRM's 50-foot buffer, that water goes directly into the river. On the wetland buffer, it goes where it's supposed to go, into the wetland to filter it, to capture it and filter it before it gets to the river and so forth. So it's a bit different. And all the scientists that we've ever seen said 25 to 30 feet is plenty, is adequate. And please make it an average. Make it an average with a minimum of 10 to 15 feet. But overall, it has to average 25 or 30 feet or something like that, because that would work, and we can work around it because we have a lot of experience doing this. Very important also that we get away, that we do not lose the right to fill isolated, non-jurisdictional wetlands. These are little pockets that spring up from time to time. They don't connect to the waterways and so forth. There's a reason they're called non-jurisdictional wetlands. So we need the right to come forward and fill those, because in the low country, they're everywhere. They spring up everywhere temporarily and so forth and become isolated, non-jurisdictional. So without these changes, I think you're going to create an unnecessary and unproven burden on the citizens and property owners. And you contradict the Corps of Engineers' guidance. I believe it could be very burdensome and also unlawful, as per the United States Supreme Court recent thing. So all I'm asking you to do is just take your time, postpone it, get us involved in it, and we want probably the same thing you do, just common sense protection of property rights and wetlands. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Up next panel is Will Howard.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Will Howard, 65 Red Cedar Street. I'm the Vice President and Developer for Continental Bluff. I came up with some prepared comments, but I probably speak better just extemporaneously. But first of all, Mayor, I do take exception with your comment that we've had ample time to communicate with council and staff. I was pretty discouraged after the workshop meeting when Town Attorney Richardson LaBruce advised the staff to engage with certain individuals and called us by name. Called myself, called Mr. Nestor, called Mr. Jake Reed, Mr. John Reed, Mr. Mike Hughes with Thomas and Hutton, identified us by name and asked that the staff reach out and engage with us for assistance in getting this ordinance properly prepared and getting it right. And that never happened. So that's discouraging. I do not envy the position that y'all are in tonight, because you find yourself in a very difficult position, forced to vote on an ordinance that was passed pending doctrine. By your own admission, it had to be admitted before you could bring it back to a second reading. Not only that, we have found out recently that the studies to support that ordinance will not be prepared and ready for another 12 months. I don't envy the position you're in, but I do think you have several options that you can consider. First option is you kill the ordinance, and I don't think none of us think that's going to happen tonight because you lose the protections of pending doctrine. The second option would be to table the ordinance. Do what you said you were going to do. Let the professionals and the engineers engage with staff and gather the information and work to get this right. Let's not, I completely agree there are protections that need to be in place, but we don't need to rush to judgment and pass something just for the sake of passing it because we've already gotten halfway there with the first reading. Your second option would be, if you really want the enforcement capabilities to address the non-jurisdictional wetlands that lost protection at the Sackett decision, then give yourself the enforcement capabilities to enforce the 25-foot buffer that already exists in the UDO. There's a 25-foot wetland buffer that already exists. Give yourself the enforcement capabilities to do that. Then, if you need to come back and amend the ordinance 12 months later after your studies have come in, you can go that route. If none of that would happen, if you do feel like you're forced to take this to a vote of second reading, I would ask that you include an exemption to include not only the Army Corps of Engineer permits that are listed, but include the state permits that we're required to get. When we get a stormwater permit, we're required to get a permit from the SCDES and OCRM to impact the non-jurisdictional wetlands. Those permits should be recognized as well, and we should receive an exemption having received and those permits. So again, I don't even need your position. I thank you all for your time, and I thank you for your thoughtful consideration on this issue tonight. Thank you.
Since we did this kind of backwards, I guess I'm going to call, is there anyone else for public comment? Public hearing? Come up and state your name, sir. Because please state your name and address and whether or not you're a Bluffton resident.
Yes, sir. So my name is Grant McClure, and I actually live in Beaufort, so I'm not a Bluffton resident. My address is 1511 Sycamore Street, and I work for the Coastal Conservation League. And the Conservation League is a 501c3 nonprofit environmental advocacy organization, and our mission is to help protect the health of the natural resources of the South Carolina coastal plain. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the value of these non-jurisdictional isolated wetlands, since that's something that's come up as a need to continue to fill. Just because those wetlands aren't necessarily considered waters of the United States or connected to the rest of our watershed, doesn't mean they aren't providing value through helping mitigating flooding and through really promoting biodiversity. And from a biodiversity standpoint, these, especially these ephemeral wetlands, the ones that sometimes aren't even there at all, are providing huge benefit to amphibians. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of a wildlife nerd, but they're so valuable because the fish can't live in there, right? That's the main predators for these amphibians. And so that is the value of a non-jurisdictional, sometimes ephemeral wetland that's not even there year round, is that it really is providing these biodiversity benefits. And we want a diverse, we want to be good stewards, and we want that diversity. And it's an indicator of how well we're doing as a society to be considerate of the creatures around us. And additionally, I did want to voice support for the 50-foot buffer. I think there's plenty of science to support that 50-foot buffer, and in fact, some suggest even more. And so I support that. I think there are opportunities for things like variances where needed. I think exploring different site designs to work around wetlands is certainly a possibility for some of these proposed developments that have come forward in opposition. I understand there is an urgency, and I'm sympathetic to many of their talking points, but I do think that there is a way to work out something while still moving forward with the ordinance this evening. Yeah, and I tend to agree with the sentiment that there has been opportunity for public input. And in fact, at first reading, many of the folks from the development community were not present. And so there has been public input. This has been a long process. I spoke to colleagues who thought that this was already a done deal. And it's been several months now. So I support the town staff work on this. I support the May River Watershed Advisory Committee that has played a key role in getting these protections enacted. And so just wanted to offer our support. And I believe something was said about protecting the private property owner and protecting wetlands. And I believe that this ordinance accomplishes both, because really we shouldn't be developing in these low-lying areas. And when we're selling these lots and putting these folks, and we're putting folks in harm's way when we're filling in wetlands that provide these resilience benefits.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Second call, any public comments pertaining to this ordinance?
How are you, Council? My name is Ben Kennedy, a local landowner here in the town of Bluffton. I just got a couple of comments, and I'm going to contradict what he says. This doesn't
Name what's your address?
Oh, sorry.
Your address? And,
217.
You live in the town of Bluffton?
I don't live in the town of Bluffton. I own land in the town of Bluffton. Able Street, 0 Able Street. All right, so a couple of things. I just want to respond. I don't think this hurts anybody's health by not putting restrictions on this. The 50-foot undisturbed buffer is excessive and restrictive. We understand the intent of the town to protect the wetlands, but there's already federal standards in place. And consider the site-specific, not one-size-fits-all buffers. A 50-foot rigid setback can render infill parcels and otherwise developable land economically, unusable, especially in the areas with fragmented and seasonal wetlands. So there is fragmented, there is seasonal wetlands. So you need to take that in consideration. We recommend a tiered buffer system, maybe an example, 25 foot for lower functioning wetlands and maybe 50 for larger functioning wetlands. Take that into consideration as well. I'm not an advocate of the 50, but if you're gonna do it, take a little bit better approach it in isolated pockets of how they're used and what they do and how they outfall. Pre-permit local review, that's redundant and problematic. Requiring developers to obtain approval before the Corps of Engineers and before DHEC, that's very problematic. The federal wetlands delineation and the 404 permitting process already mandates comprehensive analysis, field verification, and mitigation planning. So take that in mind. The local pre-approval process risks creating conflicting standards, leaving landowners caught between agencies. Now you've got 3 different agencies to deal with. We support the coordination, but not the independent town authority to approve or deny development on federally regulated wetlands. Local enforcement and penalties is a risk of overreach. The town's new development ordinance wetlands ordinance enforcement powers opens the doors to subjective interpretation and inconsistent application. Wetlands regulation requires technical expertise in hydrology, soils, ecology, not just planning staff interpretation. Without defined criteria, enforcement becomes a political rather than scientific process. We urge the town to clarify its enforcement protocols, establish a technical advisory panel, and ensure the staff's decisions are applicable to the independent body. All right, so recommendations of adjustments, a tiered buffer approach, change to an advisory review, not a regulatory review, require third-party scientific review and allow for appeals, and use Corps of Engineer verified maps to avoid overreach. The support of the town's desire to lead environmental stewardship is great, but the ordinance as written overreaches and duplicates existing laws and makes smart, sustainable development more difficult. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and hopefully you'll pause this for a little bit and take a little time to review a little closer.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call for public comment on this ordinance. Come on up.
George Ward, 217 Palmetto Bluff Road. I've been here for 40 years and know a few faces up there a little bit. And so I won't preach to you, but I've got a little 5-acre piece here in town. It's got a 0.2-acre puddle on it. Non-jurisdictional wetlands in a very inconvenient spot. Could be about 30-some nice townhouses. And if this regulation is enforced, it will be rendered useless. Evening.
Anyone else? Public?
Tom.
Hi, my name is Tom Zinn, 6 Umberton Drive in Beaufort County. And one thing was missed, I guess, that you all, I think, should consider, which is that the ramifications of passing the ordinance, I don't believe have been well thought out yet. We've been big fans of trees. There's a reason why there's trees along the east side of the Buckwalter Parkway, all the way from Parker's down to the intersection of the Bluffton Parkway and the Buckwalter Parkway. We left them there. It was a good neighbor policy that we had. That's why the trees are where they are. It's not an accident. But the ramifications that we're talking about, which is much more important than the spirit of a good neighbor policy, is that right now you're all considering the school district buying the property called the Willow Run. If you look at the map of the school district, it's got a ton of wetlands on it. It's the last property John Reed, Gary Rowe, and myself bought. That property is problematic. It's going to have a problem putting a school on it, and I don't think it's been thoroughly vetted yet. So I mirror the comments here. They're studying. I'm an environmentalist. I have planted more trees than you can imagine during my youth. But I do ask you to look at the ramifications of the ordinance as it impacts projects such as the school district. Again, I appreciate all you do. I really do. I used to be doing that type of thing myself, and it's really giving up a lot of your personal time to do it. But I also ask you to pay attention to ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that public comment is closed. All right, where do we go here now? So,
Presentation.
question, yeah. Not like the first time I've done it.
On my presentation here, 1 second.
A lot of wonder.
You have 3 minutes too, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here this evening for the second and final reading on what we're referring to as the Wetlands Ordinance, specifically for the Unified Development Ordinance, Article 5 Design Standards. Just a brief request. Again, it's for these sections that I have listed on the screen here. I'm just going to give a quick timeline just to kind of get the context as we're moving through this. So, 1998 through 2008, all the PUDs were created with development agreements that established various buffers for wetlands. In 2023 is the Sackett case that we've all been discussing here, where we just talked about no longer entitled to federal protection for the jurisdictional, non-jurisdictional wetlands. In May of 2024, so that was last year, the town implemented a 25-foot wetland buffer through the UDO, and it was determined that buffers established in the development agreement still would prevail over that 25-foot buffer. In February of this year, we brought the current proposed UDO edits to you, to Planning Commission. They made a recommendation to forward this to you with approval. March is when we had that first reading, and it was pending doctrine, and the intent was for the protection, the wetlands protection ordinance that defined what a wetland is, limit the development activities in those defined wetlands, the enforcement capabilities, and the expansion of that buffer from 25 feet to 50 feet. In April, and I have a couple more slides here to go through for it, but in April, we held a workshop, and that was, we received a lot of public comment, and then some of the concerns were, or some of the changes that we came up with from that first reading to what you see tonight, which confirms that, we confirmed the development agreement language as it relates to wetland buffers prevails, and each, as applicable for each development. And then also that it allows the UDO administrator discretion to exempt some of the provisions. And then we're here tonight for the second reading. So, again, from that first reading to what we provided at the workshop, we had cleaned up some of the general requirements. We provided those exemptions and exceptions that we've talked about. They're listed in there. And then the removal of the differentiation types of wetland buffers for clarity. And then at the workshop, we presented those revised text amendments based off of your direction from the first reading. And then there were various questions that were proposed from members of the public regarding the proposed ordinance change. And this is just to kind of summarize from that workshop that there were multiple comments related to the application being applied townwide. They want to slow down the process, concerns of the unintended consequences, hamper development, concerns on cost, and doesn't address the issue of illegal filling of wetlands. So I think that's kind of been reiterated this evening in a lot of the public comments that were provided to you. There were some in favor, and these were of property owners, specifically in the Buck Island, Simmonsville area, where they had firsthand issues of flooding on their property, and then the goal was to help to protect those wetlands. So from that meeting, there were quite a list of questions that were raised. And the first one was, what was the scientific basis of the 50-foot? And this information was provided to you that shows that the larger buffers are more effective in preserving wetlands. The 50-foot is favorable for wildlife and habitat runoff, flood risk, and that the 25-foot is not as protective from human activity. The next one would be, would the new wetland ordinance affect already approved plans and permits, particularly wetland fill permits previously approved and issued by the United States Army Corps of Engineers? So if you had previously approved an Army Corps of Engineer permit, that does vest you. So as we put in here, activities permitted or provided under a valid permit, exemption or otherwise collectively a core permit issued by the United States Army Corps of Engineers under the rules of the appropriate district, provided that the Army Corps has not expired, the permit hasn't expired. It was issued prior to September 1st, 2023. That was when the second decision came about. And the terms and conditions of the issue permit for such project continue to be met in full, and then a copy of the permit would be provided to the town along with any statement of conditions. So then we get into the how do current state federal law protect, and I'm just going to start reading some of these, is that protect the wetlands or regulate development within the wetlands. So the federal regulations regulate development with the jurisdictional wetlands, and wetlands are considered jurisdictional if they continuous surface connection with the waters of the state. And then the 23, where it talks about it's no longer protecting the non-jurisdictional wetlands, which may include freshwater, isolated, or pocket wetlands, specifically in Bluffton. There are limited protections, and yes, that certain projects are required to obtain what we refer to as that CZC determination from Department of Environmental Services as part of their issuance of the permit. And then also that not all development requires a stormwater permit, and that's for projects that are under 1 acre are exempt from these. And that's where we're also trying to make sure that we capture for our review and protection of the wetlands through those projects under that 1 acre. So how does the wetland ordinance affect buffers within development agreements? So almost all of the development agreements contain language that limit new ordinances' ability to modify the existing buffers and setbacks. So as you can see here, the Buckwalter Development Agreement explicitly states that the town cannot amend ordinances that affect setback, buffer, open space standards as established in the development agreement. Because of this language, the buffer standards for each of these development agreements will be controlled. That's from a hierarchy standpoint. And I've got some of this information I pulled from this section, section 10, subsection 1, specifically of the Buckwalter Tract Development Agreement, which was recorded April 19th, 2020, as well as the Palmetto Bluff and Schultz Tract in November 23, where it specifically agreed, however, that any such ordinances of the town that directly or indirectly affect the setback, buffer, open space requirements permitted pursuant to zoning regulations will not be applicable to the owner and developers of the property without owner and developers' written consent. And then I just provided for Jones Estate, New Riverside, and Village of Revere. You can see While it's the same language that's in the other documents, specifically Jones Estate, it's labeled as Section 13A, but it's the same language. So what does that mean? What it means is that here's a table that staff was able to create based off of all of those PUDs, and that as you're moving forward with a project, these are the setbacks that are required in the development agreement for single-family, multifamily, commercial development. So a single-family development in the Buckwalter PUD requires a 20-foot buffer off of the wetland. And then for, as you can see, if you had a multifamily development, it's a 50-foot buffer off of that. But then you can provide impervious parking areas with up to 30 feet from the wetland. So you might be able to, you stop at 50 for your development, but if you do pervious parking, you can encroach a little bit into that area. Yes, sir.
For clarity, so these standards have been in existence for about 25 years or more?
Yes. Correct.
So the multifamily and commercial 50-foot buffer has always been a part of the development agreement?
Yes.
It's just maybe the enforcement has not been as strong as it should have been.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. So how does this wetland ordinance protect small lots from runoff or drainage issues? So obviously the primary focus is the preservation of the existing wetlands. While runoff and drainage issues are not directly addressed, town staff believes the wetland ordinance should positively impact these issues, as preserved wetlands will be reduced and capture some of that surface water. What portion of the decision-making process falls within the UDO administrator? So the applicability of certain exemptions for the wetland buffers, concerns raised by landowners, developers, and others confirm that the wetland ordinance requires some flexibility. So yes, we do believe that, particularly when dealing with the wetland buffer restrictions. As such, the wetland ordinance does grant the UDO administrator limited discretion to provide exemptions if design constraints, existing reports, permits, covenants, other good cause justifies it. With that, that would be something more of a policy which staff would be able to work on, just because that every project on a case-by-case basis is unique, and that if we confine ourselves to regulations, it may hinder projects more than it actually helps them. So it does provide some of that flexibility for projects, depending on the case, that we would be able to look at that. Does the wetland ordinance impose any additional restrictions on property owners associations that own or maintain their stormwater systems? No, it does not, but recently adopted ordinances have done so. This ordinance only in effect for a few months, so we don't know the full impacts on these existing homeowners associations. So it was brought up earlier about the study that we're working on and the comprehensive wetland protection study. As stated, January 25 is when the task authorization and project meeting came through. In August, we have a first draft of that project, and then we'll work with a first round of comments with the consultants. WAPAC will review it. That'll go to a regular meeting as of right now for November as a workshop. Comments can be provided during that time. Second draft in December, Planning Commission in January, first reading in February, and ultimately a second reading in March. As always, dates are subject to change. So this evening, your action is you can approve the first reading version. That's the pending doctrine version that you approved in March. You can approve the second reading of the version that was submitted in your packet, or you can deny the request. And then from a next step, we're here at the final and second reading. Happy to answer any questions or if you have any discussion items.
Any questions for Kevin? Ms. Frazier, you want to start?
Yes, I do have some questions. Kevin, I have some questions just in terms of providing clarity, as this is an issue that we see many are definitely concerned about on both sides, and just want to make sure that we have accuracy as we are navigating this, so everyone's on the same page here. So with that being said, is it accurate to your best knowledge, Kevin, that the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services, also OCRM, is responsible for the management and implementation of South Carolina Coastal Zone Management Program?
going to have Bill come up and answer that question, okay?
If I understand your question correctly, does OCRM, CCC in particular, govern and oversee wetlands?
Yes,
The
the
answer to that
management.
question is very limited. They do have oversight of it, they do issue permits, but again, if there's no stormwater review, if there is no requirement for a permit, they do not oversee any jurisdictional wetlands.
All right. Next.
Non-jurisdictional wetlands. Make sure I put that up.
All right. Next question. Does the Coastal Waters and Tidelands Act, also under that same department, protect properties that aren't coastal waters, tidelands, beaches, or beach dune systems?
Make sure I got your question correct here. So I'm going to repeat it back. So do they, if it's not inside a coastal zone, if it's inland, do they have any protection under it? And it falls back to my original comment. They do if there's a permit required, but their permits is under a certain purview. So if it falls outside that, they don't have any oversight over it.
Does the town of Bluffton wetlands UDO at any point usurp any regulatory provisions that are already granted by Army Corps of Engineer or OCRM?
No, if they have a permit in place and it's not expired, the Corps permit supersedes our UDO.
Thank you. And lastly, any variances as mentioned in the UDO, would it be deferred to be resolved at the staff level?
Okay, repeat it one more time for me.
There's a provision for variances in this particular ordinance. Would those variances be resolved or deferred to the staff level, or would it be something that would go through one of our boards or commissions?
I think the intent that we have it set up is for that flexibility of the UDO administrator to see if it is beyond the scope of her her decision, then that's something that would go potentially to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Thank you. And I asked those rounds and series of questions because the general response here is that many have quoted or often referenced what we do see as policy mandates by OCRM and SC Department of Environmental Services, but those regulatory provisions don't always extend to some of the issues that we currently do not have regulatory jurisdictions over. And those are properties that are not in these coastal protective zones, and many where residents are being succumbed or fallen victim to some of the devastation that is going on with those who are building or developing on wetlands that should not have development. So, in knowing that the town did not have those provisions, and we at no point would override or overstep any powers that we do not have from that level, I just want to make sure that everyone who is commenting is also understanding that too, and not assuming that the town of Bluffton here is trying to take any powers that we don't have the authority to take, but that we are just making here policy that is going to be in the betterment, not just of focus here is not just on developers, but on the environment and on the residents right now who are extremely vulnerable in instances where there are no permitting processes by OCRM or the Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, you want to mix it up? Questions for Kevin?
I have a question for Kevin or maybe Stephen. Was the stakeholders that we mentioned earlier in our first reading contacted about trying to work out their concerns?
No, sir.
Wasn't contacted? Okay.
No, sir.
Was that because, what reason why we didn't contact?
So we went back and watched the video from the meeting, and when it was summarized at the end, the attorney who was here, Richardson, pulled up and said, these are the questions that we took. Now, he mentioned there were some, my name in the audience, but he said, my understanding is council wants us to get the answers to these 6 questions and provide that back. So that's what we did. And that's why we provided the information back to council to share out and go from there. But we did not feel comfortable going out and sharing information that had not been shared with council until we had that prepared and ready to go.
All right. Kevin,
Correct.
if there is a project that's already online, such as Cross School.
Can I stop you right there?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, staff had a pre-application meeting with representatives of Cross School. No application has been submitted for any master plan or development for any additions beyond what's already existing on the ground.
I thought it was. No.
A pre-application meeting.
May I, going off of
Go ahead.
that question and the cross schools examples, what you said, since they are in the Buckwalter Development Agreement, they would have to abide by the setbacks described that table that you had up, that 50 foot for commercial, because
Yes.
that went back to 2000 or whenever the Buckwalter PUD. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
So when they did that initial master plan, these wetland setbacks were clearly defined in that development agreement.
In the first phase of their development, yes.
So basically, we are not changing what was in the development agreements 20 years ago
No.
when it comes to commercial development. The only thing we're changing is, from what I'm getting at, the residential lots.
We're not changing residential though, isn't it still the 20 foot defined in the development agreement?
20 feet.
Right. But if it's not under a development agreement, it's 50.
Correct.
Correct? That's where I'm.
For residential,
Yeah,
or residential will be changed from 20 to 50?
To 50. Unless that is already in the development agreement that says 25 is the approved.
That's what we get commented in.
That's my understanding of what this ordinance says.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Mr. Wood, comments, questions?
So I want clarity on one of the questions that Ms. Frazier asked. So where it stands right this moment in pending doctrine, and this can continue to go on for quite a while, what would happen is people that are trying to get clarity on where they can go and what they can do aren't getting that right now. Yes, this is complicated. It's one of the toughest ones I've ever had to be involved with. And everybody just about sitting in the audience, I know who they are, most of them, and we know each other well. So it doesn't make it easy. And before I go any further, I want to commend Mr. Nestor because, a lot of the individuals that did not get the phone call they felt they should get, and I wish they had of, some of them have picked up the phone and called anyway. Mr. Nestor was the only one that I recall seeing submitted any document in writing of his concerns, which he expressed so eloquently tonight. And I would encourage, no matter what the outcome of this vote is tonight, that those that are sitting in the audience that have concerns, put it in writing and send it to the town manager copy and the council, and then you have a record of your grievance or what your feelings are on the topic. But going back to the, right now, there is no waiver, there is no variance. And if this does get passed, there is a waiver implementation process, and you can apply for a variance. Regarding the variance, Ms. Heather, if you will clearly state how that works, a variance.
So there's, before Tracy tells me how to get a microphone. So there's two things. So what is written and proposed in the ordinance that you have before you this evening is a waiver. So that's the waiver that the UDO administrator, which I've been designated currently as or delegated as the UDO administrator, a waiver to allow for some encroachments in it, and we can spell that out in a procedures manual. And we have other instances where waivers are allowed for like the stormwater, the maximum extent practical, or some things related to the Historic Preservation Commission that we do have a provision for that. So that would be in extreme instances where you may have to impact a wetland buffer slightly to get a road back there, but we would work together to be like, well, maybe the road isn't 40 feet wide, it's less, and it kind of meanders through there. So that is a waiver. So that's something that we, at the direction of council, that staff worked on getting that in the proposed ordinance, talking with leadership and town attorneys to get that provision in there. And again, we don't want to be so restrictive because we can't think of every possible instance. That's the whole purpose of a waiver. So it's very difficult to codify what those conditions are. Then there's the variance. Variance is something that only the Board of Zoning Appeals can approve. So variance is a stricter criteria. That's, your piece of property is just so unique that you cannot meet the rules of and the regulations in the ordinance. So waiver is what town staff has currently written in the ordinance, has the authority for. Variance would be Board of Zoning Appeals. Board of Zoning Appeals could approve the variance, they could modify it or deny it. If it is denied, that would go to court.
Okay, but there is mechanisms in place.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other part for me is, and thank you for answering that. So, I've talked to a lot of you, and you cannot write a perfect ordinance. And what we do each and every year, and most of you are aware of this, we continuously go back to the UDO and we update it and we modify it. We do it every year, 3 or 4 times a year, because we find things that are the unintended consequences of some action that we didn't anticipate. And so we try to fix it and correct it. And this process will be very similar in nature. I'm sure things will come up that are not written specifically in this ordinance, and they will be addressed. But like ordinances, the development agreements written 25, 27 years ago have had unintended consequences. Part of the problem today is the storm events are now larger and more frequent than we've experienced in the past. This mixed in with the volume of growth allowed in the legally binding documents, along with storm systems designed by the engineering best management practices of that time, are becoming insufficient to handle the recent floodings that we've had. Flooding not only works against the citizens of the town, flooding works against the home builders organization as well, because you have the chance, like the farm that is flooded twice, 2 major floods in the last 8 years, their property values are going to be impacted. The only options available to counter this issue where this is legally binding is that I'm aware of, and it's been brought up for years by not only the council, but also the public, and the tree protection, conservation for trees, which, the developments were being clear cut, and we tried to stop that. Protect the wetlands, which we've not done the best job of. Reduce impervious surfaces, which we want to limit the water runoff into the May River, for example, at 10%. Well, it's beyond that. The May River is impaired. And if we do nothing else today, if we build not one more house, the May River is impaired. And part of the problem was we were always focused on the quality of the river, but since the flooding has become so pronounced and profound, now we're really starting to focus on the flooding, which includes the wetlands. If we can help make improvements in the flooding portion of it, we will still help the river. Another one is a more open space. And we've done our best to try to restrict upzoning. The best approach that I understand is to absorb as much water as possible on the watershed that was there, which has been diminished. Now, it's been said also that we can do more ditches, which we need to do, more drainage. I agree with that. But let me say that more drainage with stormwater runoff goes into the river. So it's a conundrum. It's a catch-22. You want to get the water off the land, but you're pumping more water into the river, which impedes and impacts the river in a negative way. We need every inch of wetland we can protect. And the flooding experience the last few years negatively has impacted quality of life, property values, and is a health and public safety issue. And in the development agreements, it specifically has an area that talks about health and public safety. And that's how I'm trying to look at this. And I am torn. I know it impacts the property owner's rights, but so does flooding. So that is how I feel on the topic right now. Thank you.
Ms. Burton?
I think that was very well said, Councilman Wood. I just want to ask you one question that came up tonight. And I know that you said that current federal permits would be honored and so would current state permits. If someone, a property owner went and got a new state permit, is that, can they go get a state permit?
No.
They
It's
cannot.
based off of what was existing. Well, I mean, let me rephrase
you
that. You can get state permits for, we're just saying that you would not be able to impact those non-jurisdictional wetlands.
The buffer requirements.
Yes.
The buffer, but explain to me, because I'm pretty sure if you go back to your table, does it say in the, thank you. Is this that, I know I saw somewhere in there that whichever is greater, either this buffer setback or the state permit setback.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. So a lot of them, most likely, they already have existing, if they already have existing permits that have already been, where they were able to impact it, and they had buffers that were established with those permits that they received, then those permits are in place, yes. And again, when we talk about a case-by-case basis, we have to look at every case on an individual case-by-case basis. There may be other issues that are affecting it. There may be utility easements. There may be other type of easements that will restrict where they're allowed to place developments. So that's where that flexibility of being able to provide that waiver is important.
Thank you. You know, I've met with so many, heard from a lot of you, met with a lot of you. I have spent a lot of time on this, and I definitely don't take this decision lightly. I think that there's a lot at stake. I'm concerned about the increased flooding that we've seen over this past year. I'm concerned about the health of the May River. And I don't want to look back at 5, 10, or 20 years from now wishing that we would have done something. I think the fact that these setbacks are clearly defined in all of these development agreements that we go back to every single time, it's hard to argue with that. It's right there. It's written on 92% of Bluffton. And so I think that there has been a lot of misunderstanding with this, because I think that table speaks for itself personally.
Thank you.
Yes, Terry.
Kevin, would you comment on the fact that an owner would have the right, if he felt the wetlands had disappeared and it was no longer a wetlands, he would have a right to do a new wetlands delineation? Am I correct?
You are correct. Yes.
Who would do that wetlands delineation?
Engineering firms, landscape planner, surveyor that is qualified to do.
And the town would accept any of those?
Yes, if we do one from them, we'll accept them.
Mr. Hamilton, any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate everyone's interest and opinions here tonight. And I'm definitely appreciative of the time that the staff has put in this. Health and Bill, you guys really put in some important work here that they help guide us. I'm sure prior to last month, I thought we had something that we needed to work on. And within the last couple of weeks, I realized, like Emily just said, it was already there. We just wasn't enforcing it, most of it. So every case could be different, and I trust in our administrator that if you come up with a situation that doesn't allow you the flexibility, I trust that our administrator will be compassionate enough to help you make those, guide you and make those good decisions that be best for you and the town. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is a question or not, but I just want to make a comment. I don't think there's a person in this room that invested in property, whether it was 10 years ago or 25 years ago, that was so naive that they didn't look at what they were buying and see what was uplands and what was wetlands. Maybe some of those areas have changed. Maybe there's more wetlands now than there were 25 years ago. Everybody knew what they were buying, and everybody knew that it was never an easy thing to fill wetlands and build houses. I mean, that was, it's expensive. If you can get the permission to do it, it's still a very costly way of development. The cross property out there, I hear you guys, I know every one of you. Everybody know that right now, you can go online right now and pull up any piece of property you want to, and it'll show you how many acres are uplands and how many acres are wetlands. So are we really, as humans, supposed to be building in the swamp? Or are we supposed to listen to God's message and put highland there for us so that we could stay out of the water and we could be safe and our kids could be safe? I don't think that we're supposed to be built. I don't think it was meant for us to build in the swamps. Unless we want to build a tree house, because it just doesn't make sense. There's enough land, and we don't need to have, we're not trying to build skyscrapers in Bluffton. We don't want Bluffton. Think about the very reason that everybody loves Bluffton. It's because we aren't allowing Bluffton to turn into somewhere else, USA. We're trying not to allow it, even though there's a lot of people that want to build, sell, make their money, and move on to the next place. I'm not pointing fingers, but everybody knows the business. And I've been watching it for a long time. So I think it's my job as the leader of this town to do something if it's wrong. Don't sit back, wait, kick the ball down the road for another 6 months or 8 months, waiting on somebody to come up with an idea that everybody's going to be happy, because you can't make everybody happy with nothing you do. If you get 50%, you're doing good. And I'm quite certain that over 85, 90% of the people in Bluffton would definitely approve and support anything that we do to protect our environment. Is there anything else from council?
No. Mayor, I'd like to add one thing about mitigation, along with the waivers and BZA variances. There is an opportunity for mitigation through the MEP process and also through the OCRM process. They have a mitigation process too. So you can mitigate within the wetland if it's part of the process.
You have anything else for us, Kevin?
No, sir.
Any more discussion from council?
No, let's move on.
Is there
I have a proposed motion in front of you, if you so choose, and this is based off of what is the amendments that are provided in your packet.
I'll move to make the motion as shown on the screen and presented by staff.
Second.
any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's a unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
Moving on. Next, we have consideration of an ordinance to amend the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinance, Chapter 23, Development Ordinance, Article 4, Section 4.3, uses by district to allow schools in the preserve PR district. Public hearing and final reading, Mr. Kevin Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor. We are here this evening for second final reading. You do need to call for a public hearing, please, sir.
This is a public hearing. First call for public comment on the current agenda item. Second call for public comment on the current agenda item. Third call for public comment. Public hearing is closed.
There are no changes from first reading, and I do have a suggested motion for you.
I'll make that motion. I move to approve an amendment to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Unified Development Ordinance, Article 4, Zoning District, Table 4.3, Uses by District to add schools as a permitted use and to preserve zoning district as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Up next, we have a consideration of ordinance that certain real property owned by Beaufort County School District, consisting of a total of 24.12 acres, more or less, located at 1105 Bluffton Parkway and bearing Beaufort County tax map numbers R600 029 000118000 R600 029 1360000 and R600 029 000034000 into the town of Bluffton corporate limits. Public hearing and final reading.
Fred, read the next one.
So this is a public hearing?
Yes, sir. A public hearing for both the annexation and then the rezoning, or the zoning request.
Okay, first call for public comment on this current agenda item. Second call for public comment. Third call for public comment. Just final. Third and final. Public hearing is closed.
Thank you, sir. We do have two motions. The first motion is for the annexation request, and you can, if you so choose, you could say, as noted on the screen.
Since Dan volunteered me as so, I move to approve the annexation of request that's on screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous.
And then we have the second motion as well. And this is for the zoning map amendment.
Fred, read that one.
Come on, somebody want to make a motion? We
I
don't
move
have to
to
read it,
approve.
it's just on the screen.
I move to approve proposed motion number 2 for zoning map amended as shown on the screen.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that was unanimous again.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, we're over now. Okay, we move on to formal agenda items. Up first is consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 2 Administration Article 4 Purchasing. Second and final reading, Mr. Forrester.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you noted, this is second and final reading of the amendment to the procurement ordinance. There has been no changes since the first reading, and this is a recap of what you're approving. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to answer.
Any comments questions from council? If not, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion as shown by staff on the screen as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think you need to state to approve.
I move to approve. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Next, we have consideration of the exercise of contract extension for one 5-year term with Waste Management. Mr. Forrester.
All right, good evening. So this is related to our waste management contract. The town first contracted with Waste Management back in 2001. The contract expanded over time. The RFP was issued in 2020. Waste Management was again the ranked highest bidder, and they are awarded a 5-year contract with one 5-year renewal option, and we're looking for you to exercise the renewal option. Just to give you some background, currently households served are 11,736. They provide weekly trash and biweekly recycling pickup. The current unit cost per household per month is $14.34. The only change, there's only one change that was negotiated, and that was the current annual increase is pegged to CPI with a cap of 2.75. The current negotiated change is to cap that at 3%, which is in line with historical CPI, and also just in good faith over the past 5 years, there have been significant CPIs, and the Waste Management has honored that 2.75 cap. So we're recommending that one change to the contract. All other terms remaining the same.
Any questions?
So what would that change our monthly rate to if he get that increase?
Let's see, the 1434, it would just, I don't know what the current CPI is yet. I think that we'll assess that in July, but I believe it's around 3%. So just add 3% to that, and that would be the annual. Like I said, the past 5 years, it's been well above that cap.
It would take it to 1477 if they cap out.
1477?
It would raise it by about 40 cents.
Okay.
Ms. Burton, any comments?
No.
Ms. Frazier?
No.
Is there someone to make a motion?
I move to approve the motion as shown on the screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Up next, we have consideration of an ordinance authorizing the economic development incentive agreement between the Town of Bluffton and Sunshine Bluffton Group LLC. This is second and final reading. David Nellums.
Sir, good
Welcome.
morning, Mayor and Council. Again, this is second reading. We're going to do two of these in a row. The first one is for the Sunshine Group, which is we're calling the Goddard School. I've seen that one before. I'm trying to get like Kevin. I just showed you the title slide, then I gave you the motion. Like pictures. Again, this is over in Washington Square, $7.6 million investment, 17,000 square foot facility. You've seen the site pictures from last time to see where it's going to be. I did get a brand new picture for you here somewhere, but it is not in the presentation somehow. But anyway, no changes from first reading. Begin operations in fall of 2026. And channel Kevin and go, here, I have a motion for you since nothing's changed.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Council?
I have a comment.
David can't
Mayor.
get off that easy. You got to give me more than that. You got to give me more information than that, David.
You want to hang around a little longer?
No.
Yes, sir.
You don't want to sleep.
I just want to share with council, and I just learned today and commend staff that when we first were going through the exercise with the Sunshine Bluffton Group on the economic development, and they're supposed to have 230 children, I believe. 240. So I asked staff to please consider going back and asking for something in the child care arena. And you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. The Trey Scott, who's the owner of the Goddard School here in Bluffton, he owns some schools in Florida as well. He does participate in the voucher system in Florida and is open to doing that in Bluffton as well and reserving up to 5% of the seats for the vouchers. That doesn't mean it will pay for everything, but there will be some financial accommodation for 5% of the enrollment.
So we picked up 15 children at no cost to the town.
Yes, sir. I believe that's, the devil's in the details, but I believe that conceptually he's open to doing all that and lowering the cost for those students.
Thank you.
Great job with that.
Team effort.
Is there someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve as shown on the screen for the grant Sunshine Bluffton Group.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. You said aye, didn't you? Aye. Up next, we have consideration of an ordinance authorizing an economic development incentive agreement between the Town of Bluffton and 96 LLC, and this is second and final reading, Mr.
Yes, sir. This is second reading. First reading was at the 27 May workshop. Again, this is for affordable, 3 renter occupied affordable housing units off 97 Gothi. See a little snapshot of what the proposal, what the summary is going to be like, breaking ground in June of 2025. There are no changes from the previous reading that Mr. Forrester presented to you at the 27 May.
grant amount in the total of $106,000 was decided upon at the first reading. Changes?
Any questions from council for David on this? Is there a motion? Is there a motion to, anybody make a motion?
As presented on the screen. I move to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous.
Motion tonight.
We got a lot of motions to make. Up next, we have consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 6 Business and Business Regulations, Article 3, soliciting and mobile vending. Second and final reading, Ms. Natalie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is second reading for that ordinance amendment. There have been no changes since the first reading. And I do have a motion, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Frazier, any questions? Mr. Wood?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Berger?
Nope.
Wait a minute, Ms. Frazier, this is your field, if everything good with you? Okay, I'll make the motion. I make the motion to approve an ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Business and Businesses, Regulation, Article 3, soliciting and mobile vending as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Up next, we have consideration of a three-party intergovernmental agreement for indigent defense representation at the Town of Bluffton Municipal Court with Law Office of Carol A. Miller and City of Beaufort. Lisa Cunningham.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will be quick. With my presentation tonight, yes, I'm here tonight to present to you a three-party intergovernment agreement with the City of Beaufort and the Law Office of Carol A. Miller. A little bit of background, in 2015, the General Assembly passed the proviso mandating that municipalities fund their own attorney. And they gave us two options with this funding. We could either go with a private attorney or we could contract with the Circuit Public Defender's Office. So in December 2019, the Town of Bluffton, the City of Beaufort, and the Town of Port Royal, we entered into an intergovernmental agreement with the 14th Circuit Public Defender's Office to provide indigent defense services. This agreement with the Circuit Public Defender's Office is set to expire on June 30th. So in December 2024, the town received a request for an increase. As you can see below, the spreadsheet indicates where we started in fiscal year 2020, and now 2025, it has more than doubled. Therefore, staff posted a request for a proposal on January 3rd. We received one response with Law Office of Carol A. Miller, and I would like to also highlight that she's currently doing those services now, so there would be no delay in services. Staff negotiated to include a three-party intergovernmental agreement with the City of Beaufort. Therefore, the fiscal impact to the town would only be $70,000. Actions for council tonight. Staff requests that council authorize the town manager to execute the three-party agreement with the City of Beaufort and the Law Office of Carol A. Miller. Our next steps would include approval tonight. Staff will proceed with obtaining the necessary signatures, and the contract without delay will begin July 1st. If there are no questions, I have a motion for you to approve.
Questions, Ms. Frazier? Wood?
No, just a good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton?
Lisa, it's good to see you. And I think
late, Fred.
you did a good job with this. You saved us a lot of money and a lot of bureaucrat. Thank you.
Emily? Anything?
Now, look, we prepped her for hard questions. First time
Long
she's
as
had to come
it's
in a long
cheaper than
time.
it was, Fred's happy, let's move on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
I move to approve the motion as shown on the screen.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. Up next, we have consideration of accommodation tax advisory committee funding recommendations for quarter ending March 31st, 2025. Ms. Natalie.
Good evening again. I'm happy to present the recommendations from the ATAC meeting for quarter ending March 31st, 2025. The total, we did have 6 requests totaling $26,085. One was tabled, and ATAC has recommended funding of 5 of the applicants totaling $406,085. Currently for distribution, there is just over $828,000 available for those requests. And here is a breakdown of the request, the grades, and then the recommendation. This is the applicant that was tabled, just bringing it before you, and then we'll go through the next applications and then go and have a motion for each one. And I'm happy to answer any questions as we go through each applicant. So the first one with a recommendation from ATAC is for the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra. This is for their 2025 Bluffton concerts. They will be doing a concert again with the Historic Arts and Seafood Festival in October, and then the Holiday Pops concert in November at the St. Gregory, the Great Catholic Church. ATAC has recommended what was requested at $48,781.
So we want to go ahead and vote on these as they come up.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Questions from council? If there's not, would somebody like to make a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion regarding the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra 48781 as presented by staff for approval on the screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Moving on.
Okay, the next applicant is the Historic Bluffton Foundation. This is for their operational expenses for the Hayward House Museum. And at the in March, council approved the recommendation to cap the operating expenses at $50,000, and this is their request for the fiscal year starting July 1st.
Questions from council?
Mayor, no, I have no problem with their request.
Yes.
But as I looked into the budget and I was confused by their budget, I think you were as well. So I would just ask that you work with them a little more closely next time they present their budget to the staff.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion. I make the motion to grant the Historic Bluffton Foundation $50,000 in support of the Hayward House Museum operating expense for fiscal year 2026 beginning on July 1st, 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous again.
Okay. The next one is actually from the town of Bluffton. This is a request to support the Sarah Riley Hooks cottage restoration. And the request and the recommendation is for $257,304.
I deny.
Questions from council?
No.
Not, is there a motion?
I make the motion to grant the town of Bluffton $257,304 in support of Sir Riley Hooks cottage restoration project.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Okay, the next application is for Blackwoody. This is for the
Natalie, before you begin this one, Mayor, I do need to recuse myself from voting this.
You got that, Marcia?
Okay, this is for the Roots and Rivers Festival. It is scheduled to be held on September 6th at the Oyster Factory Park. And the request and the recommendation is for $27,000.
Questions from council? Is there a motion? Somebody make a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to grant Blackwoody $27,000 in support of the 2025 Roots and Rivers Festival event as presented in the staff report. A motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous with one recusal. Ms. Frazier, for the record, recused herself.
And the last application is from the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee.
And I will also be recusing myself from voting on this one as well.
Got that?
Okay, this is for the 10th annual Juneteenth celebration that was discussed earlier at the council meeting. The applicant has requested $23,000, and that is what ATAC is recommending.
What are municipal and county services? Just out of question.
Yep, nope, that is typically for security. We just group that in there. And I know that it is included in if the town of Bluffton does supply those services, but there is also an option to request additional security. There's other things such as trash that's also lumped in there as well.
Public facilities is,
Yeah, so like if they need to rent porta potties to come in to support the attendees. I'm sorry. Those are for, I'm sorry. I apologize. Those are for tents and for things that like chairs, tables, those sort of things for the event. My apologies.
so facilities, is that a facility as a place or is
We include, like, if they need to bring in a tent or if they need to have supply tables and chairs so that it's more welcoming for the visitors and the attendees to enjoy the event.
I got you. Okay. Any more questions from council?
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
Yes.
I make the motion to grant the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee $23,000 in support of Bluffton 10th Annual Juneteenth event as presented in the staff report breakdown.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's 4 with 1 recusal. Okay. Up next, consideration of resolution. We're done with you, right? No, you got to stay up there.
I think we're gonna have.
You got to stay up there one more time. Consideration of a resolution for exercise of a contract extension for a 1-2-year term of fiscal year 2026 annual marketing plan presented by Destination Marketing Organization. Ariana Pernice, Vice President and Vice President, Visitor and Convention Bureau, Hilton Head Island, Bluffton Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, and they are here to provide the update in their marketing plan.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of council. I am not Ariana Pernice at the moment, but when I let Stephen Cease know that I really wanted to come before council to share some of the phenomenal public relations and media coverage that Bluffton has recently garnered, he suggested that I do so on the front of this presentation. So I just have a couple of slides to share with you that I think you'll find interesting and some phenomenal. I'm just really glad I'm sharing good news. There's not wetlands in it. There's nothing house related. So some great news about Bluffton and PR that's been happening recently. I'm really, really fortunate. We have just hosted in Bluffton what we would consider to be sort of the Super Bowl of influential Black media across this country. What a group. Our organization was proud to host, as you can see, media coming in from Refinery 29, Essence, The Griot, Ebony, Travel Noir. One also does double duty for BET for the network. So some phenomenal journalists here to really talk about the Bluffton Cultural Heritage Center, the opening of Ma Daisy's, and the Gullah history and culture of Bluffton. In my time, it doesn't really get any better than that lineup of what we had coming in, and I think you'll see some phenomenal resulting coverage from it of Bluffton and its rich history and Gullah past. It's already come out in the Griot. There's also talk with National Geographic related to the food and culture of this area. And also Forbes is going to be covering it as sort of another sidebar from a writer who is here, one of those who also freelances for Forbes. That is phenomenal coverage. If you can look at the numbers on those, the
the numbers of eyeballs that are seeing Bluffton and Gullah cultural heritage. Thank you to Councilwoman Frazier for your coordination and efforts in making that happen. They had a very special experience while they're here on the ground in Bluffton. I also wanted to just briefly touch on the HGTV Dream Home since it just wrapped. The home was awarded as you may have seen in the media coverage. And again, these numbers, to put this together, to put the brand of Bluffton together and to have outlets like HGTV as well as others talking about the charm of Bluffton, showing Bluffton and all these outlets, not just on HGTV. Just to give you an idea, for that home, there were 118 million entries to win the home that's here. So every time that home was mentioned, Bluffton was also mentioned. And you may have seen some of the ancillary video that went with it, showing the town, showing the beauty of the May River, talking about the history and culture of Bluffton, all in that. And also just this syndication that comes with that. Look at that for People magazine. If you can see that, you probably can't. The UVPM is a fancy pants media term we sometimes use that talks about unique visitors per month. And that's at 67 million for People. And if you look at some of the other coverage that was garnered for not just HGTV, but CNN, the Food Network, really positive coverage about Bluffton in the media, just talking about the charm and the small town factor that makes Bluffton so very special. Also, just wanted to touch briefly on some other coverage that came from that. Because of the HGTV home here, we were able to host additional media to come in for that. You may have seen recently Country Living noted Bluffton as one of America's 10 best small towns for 2025. That's a direct result of the media that was brought in for that and the coverage garnered through that. Small towns to check out this spring, as well as one of the writers actually named the town of Bluffton was the location that she had the best meal she'd had last year of any place she'd been in the country, and she was a food writer for many publications, so that's saying something. As you can see, the photos and the pictures kind of really tell the story as well. And other highlights for media that we've received for travel and leisure, talking about the beautiful coastal waterways, AARP, and as well as Southern Living story on the 15 small towns in South Carolina they've moved to in a heartbeat. Goes a long way in positive coverage and telling the story. It's not us saying what a great place Bluffton is. It's not you saying what is a great place. It's editors and writers that are trusted resources saying what's great about Bluffton. So we just want to share that positive media with you. Thanks. And now my colleague, Ariana Pernice.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie. What a great update. And as she mentioned, my name is Ariana Pernice. I am the Vice President of the Visitor and Convention Bureau at the Hilton and Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. I have my colleague as well, Chase Odell here, who focuses on all research, analytics, and metrics. So any questions, we are here to field. And I will be presenting a recap of the calendar year 24, as well as proposing our fiscal year 25-26 marketing plan and budget for your review and approval. I always like to start, again, we use a lot of visuals here, but I hope that in our efforts and time spent together, the visuals help us kind of tie that common thread of our efforts and in partnership with you at the town and with the community. Our organizational governance, as you can see here with this slide, really starts as the DMO. We are governed by our contract with the town of Bluffton. We have an annual independent audit, government review, accreditations, as well as our governance from our board of directors. Every single day, we work towards a vision of a welcoming world-class community, embracing nature, culture, and economic vibrancy for residents and visitors with a mission to stimulate the regional economy while enhancing the quality of life for all. I promise I won't read all things, but I think that slide's pretty important. We take a look back at 2024 year in review, again, looking at the metrics that we've defined within the contract and together as we choose KPIs that can look at the success and efforts that we do together. In partnership with the College of Charleston Office of Tourism Analysis, this is just a quick snapshot of how we did in terms of overall, it's like a health check, if you will. So if I had one slide, I would bring this forward to say our year of efforts have really brought forward the following. When you look at what drives accommodation tax, it is heads and beds. And we want to ensure that people, when are visiting here in the town of Bluffton, they are compelled and excited to spend the night and multiple nights here in the the town of Bluffton, and drive up the opportunity to, with the occupancy number that you see there. So our occupancy number is at 77% for 2014. Average daily rate, that's ADR, at a 129. When you combine those numbers, the RevPAR, revenue per available room, you took every room available and the ADR, and you get that equation with the $100 of an output. So the visitor spending study, so what did all those people do when they came in terms of economic impact? They had an impact of $205 million in the town of Bluffton. So that's their impact when you look at what they were doing when they were here for all of Beaufort County. So that's the town of Bluffton, and their impact that visitors had here when visiting. That's a return on investment of $28.91. And when we looked at the visitor profile studies, we had over 483,000 visitors to Bluffton, and the jobs supported by that support the tourism effort was over 2,000. And Chase can speak to that a little later if you'd like. But how are they finding us? What are they doing when they're exploring? When you look at the main, what we call the virtual front door, it is the website, visitbluffton.org. And you can see here the visits of 212,000 and the partner referrals, which are the handshakes out to our local businesses and partners within the community at 38,000. Now, I will mention here that these are slightly down year over year. And I will tell you that is a systemic thing that we're seeing across the country. And further and beyond. And that really has to do with the situation going on with Google. And if you've all been on Google, and you can see that the front half of the page or the top of the page is all AI generated. So if you're searching for small town or town of Bluffton or town near river, it's going to scrape the internet and pull up what Google finds to be the best opportunity to serve you. So in your own efforts, when you're searching on Google, you will see that is that user or AI generated content at the top. And so what it's doing is really causing some disruption in the space when what we call the search space. When you're searching for something, it's causing a bit of disruption, not just for DMOs, not just for our performance metrics, but for businesses across the entire platform. And so right now, in our nimble efforts to how do you combat the world of Google? Well, you have to be nimble. You have to think, how do you become AI friendly? How do you create opportunities for them to, when there's Google scraping and they're finding the things that they want to bring forward in their efforts, that we have the information ready. So Chase on my team and our agency has been working really hard every single day to look at those opportunities and how we can make, one, the website, and two, other efforts that bring people to the website the best that it can be for when Google is scraping. Because we can still be that authority. It's just how are we tracking those numbers? So the numbers might look a little different year to year, but again, what they're scraping, they're bringing forward is still us as the authority, and that's what's important in that conversation.
Thank you for explaining that, because I noticed the metrics were down, and I was going to ask that. So that was very good definition.
Thank you.
So we went from surfing to scraping. Back in the day, 25, 30 years ago, it was surfing the web, and now we're scraping the web.
Yes, we're scraping,
Times
but we're going to be the authority when they are scraping, so it's good that we're out there. And the good piece of that is that, there are other opportunities, and so again, and that effort of being nimble, again, working on things that we can impact on the website component, which would be content, which would be ensuring that, the website is AI ready and friendly. The other component of that is using the tools that we know people are using as well to find the content that they're looking. People are making decisions using social media. We've talked about that a lot. In some instances, making whole itinerary decisions. So when they're traveling, they're using TikTok or Instagram or Facebook to find those pieces that bring them to the destinations or travel destination of choice. And so separate of what a Google is doing, the social media platforms are allowing a little bit more of an opportunity right now and really supporting us in this time of disruption with what we are used to being the website, being our virtual front door, which it still is, but we're just finding new ways to use it. And we're using other additional platforms such as social media to bring ourselves through to the website. And that has been working really hard for us and really doing well. In fact, that growth is up, if I'm referencing correctly, up 17%. And I just want to make sure I'm quoting my number correctly. Excuse me, up 7%, up 7,000, up 41%, which is great. So, the website and the social media, it's not something in an effort you can look at singularly, but what we want to do is look at how are all the pieces in the toolkit in that slideshow that I've used before, which shows all of the different tools that we use. How are we leveraging them and using them at the appropriate time to ensure the health of the overall destination message? That's been a really great opportunity for us. As Charlie mentioned and showed just a few moments ago, her and her team, along with Weber Shandwick, work every single day to build really strong, lasting relationships with these amazing platforms such as Vogue, Forbes, The Knot, HGTV. Really, her list is quite extensive, and it goes beyond a list. She truly has relationships with each one of these publications and really fosters them every single day, and that's what it's about. It's about earned opportunity. So she's out there really talking about the town of Bluffton on a consistent basis and bringing those stories forward. And I think you not only see here, but in the things she just mentioned, all the opportunities that are really being showcased at this time. We do have our one printed piece that we work very closely with the town on, and I'm very proud of this book. I know the town is very proud of this book. We work really hard on all of the content and making sure that when this book is printed, it's also available digitally, and then we extract the content, all the imagery, all the renderings that we have, illustrations, and we use those across not only the website, but also our social media, our blogs. And so it really isn't just, kind of set off here and then not used again. It really is a very exciting book that we can bring to life in many different ways. We've ordered 30,000 last year, and we fulfilled over 25,000, almost 26,000 of those. Where do those books go? Where do they live? Not only are they fulfilled from our offices when people walk in or they call or email and they request those, they're at all of our 9 state welcome centers, all AAA offices. They're taken to all of our trade shows and events. And as Charlie just mentioned, all the people that she just entertained and was able to showcase this beautiful destination, she also shared this book with them. So again, we are constantly putting in front of people on a regular basis.
On the top of the screen, it says the official vacation planner for Hilton Head Island was mailed and distributed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, it was not. It was the official vacation planner for Bluffton, so I apologize.
I'm sure it's a typo.
I apologize for that. The number is correct. I triple checked that. Thank you very much. I apologize. And looking forward, so as we close out 2024, we look back on our learnings, we look back on some of the differences that are taking place year over year. Are there new challenges or headwinds, such as the Google piece that we're facing? And how are we being nimble and addressing some other new opportunities as they come our way? So we take all that into consideration, in addition to working very closely with the town and the priorities that are important to this community and bringing those forward into our proposed plan for the coming fiscal year. Our overarching goal has been to make sure this marketing plan drives qualified visitation to the destination. We want to ensure that those that are resting here and enjoying the destination are also pouring back into it, and they're enjoying it and respecting it as much as we do as community members. What does that target demographic or traveler look like on paper? They actually skew, in this particular instance, a little bit more male in terms of the decision maker. But what we really see here is that percentage fluctuates year over year, and that what it comes down to is it's a family decision, a household decision, that people together in the household are making a decision on where to travel. There might be a final person who pushes the button on reserve or book, but really it's a collaborative effort, and people are talking in the household about all the things they would like to do. But again, we've seen that fluctuate percentage-wise year over year. The affluent traveler for us, as we identify them, is 100,000 to just under 200,000 household income. When you think about the household income being at 200,000, that's less than 8% of the U.S. population. So we're really laser focused in bringing that qualified user. We understand that there will be individuals and households on either side of that spectrum. But again, we're looking for those, again, who have that household income within that span and just slightly on either side of it. They hold an undergraduate degree or higher, and they have a propensity to travel with an average length of stay of 5 nights. We not only just focus on that target demographic, but we break it down further and try to create itineraries or suggestions that are specific to their likes and interests. So we have the ability through our deep research efforts, understanding of who the consumer is when they do visit, starting with them when they're starting to look, what their interests are. Are they family oriented? Are they weekenders, snowbirds, so on and so forth? And so what we're doing through our efforts is really customizing some of that messaging to say, come to the site and we can retarget and message to them. Again, a few years back, we sat together with the town and really identified these 6 areas of interest. And so when we talk about the town of Bluffton and the out markets, and again, 50 miles or further, we are talking specifically about these areas of focus. Overarching Gullah Geechee and Cultural Heritage Corridor, natural beauty, waterways and parks, local culinary and local market experiences, history, culture and arts, National Historic Register designations, Palmetto Bluff and Montage. So yes, those 6 are themes for us as we curate our message and put that out into that out-market effort. However, there are nuances and specifics as we dive deeper into each one of those, and that is a storytelling effort that we work very closely with the community as well as the town on. The plan is really broken into these 5 areas or strategies, and then under each one of them, there's different efforts that take place. But just overarching, we wanted to make sure that we are in partnership with you in the town and the community on really living through these 5, as well as the 6 pillars that we just saw on the previous slide. And then understanding that with these 5 strategies that they're somewhat overarching and that we can customize and curate the efforts underneath each one of them to fit the current fiscal year in front of us. So building brand awareness and support of qualified visitation, drive the discovery and exploration. What we find is that there is a strong repeat rate back to the destination. And what we like to see is that maybe on your 2nd or 3rd trip into the town of Bluffton, you're diving a little deeper into maybe trying a different restaurant or extending your stay by a couple of days and exploring a little further or deeper into the particular interest that you have. And so those are some of the stories that we love to hear and see. Leverage a strategic mix of targeted methods to identify and reach the most qualified user. So Chase has been working very closely with some of our technology that he's brought forward and has the ability to not only understand who that consumer is, but when they're here. It's the geofencing Placer AI technology, which was really great for us and has allowed us to see a bit further into who the visitor is and how they digest the destination overall and their interests. So it's been really insightful, and we can best, with that information, we can best serve them the most appropriate messaging. We also want to ensure that they understand when visiting that we're creating and ensuring a respect for the delicate ecosystem of the destination. I think, the best visitor is the one that leaves and says, I really feel like a member of the community and I can't wait to get back. And that really does come with an understanding of what's important to us as part of the community. And so we really love and push that understanding through everything. Enhance the leisure and group business through qualified visitation. So though we have the opportunity to drive leisure, it's just important to support the group component as well. So we want to ensure that at whatever capacity is appropriate for the accommodation location, that they are there and supporting on the group side as well. Here is the travel journey and the toolkit I just mentioned a bit earlier. When we talk about the toolkit, this visual always is really helpful for me because what we're saying is, in the past, you could have one marketing effort and it could be on, and then you could say 2 weeks later, I'm going to do this, maybe on the radio, or it could be, maybe an internet piece that you were doing. But today, the consumer has less than 3 seconds with you and your brand. And that's across any, vertical, if you will. It's not just specific to tourism, but I think it's important to understand that when we're talking about garnering someone's attention, think of yourself as a consumer, how quickly those pieces go by, and that you're inundated not only from our busy lives, but the devices that we have on and all the distractions that we have. We have to make sure that we are understanding of that and really meeting the consumer of where they are. And where they are is needing to be on all the time, and so we have to be on all the time. And I think that this toolkit example really showcases how we're able to do that. At the end of the day, content is king, or queen, and it's important that we have all of that information at our disposal, and we're able to serve that in different sound bites and nuggets as the consumer is ready to digest them. So as Charlie was talking about public relations, we could also have it on social media. We could be working with a community partner, talking about our SEM and SEO and the website, so on and so forth. But having those pieces ready and ready to deploy at any point. I use this visual again to talk about the funnel. When we cast that net, we cast a very broad net, but to get back to the consumer that we are looking for, we have to draw it in, and as we draw that net in, we're really qualifying the consumer along the way. So as you pull it in, we're kind of filtering out those that maybe they really were interested in traveling, but they haven't really picked a time frame yet. Maybe they have an intent to travel, but they really wanted to go to a mountainous region. And so as you're pulling the net in, you're filtering those, what we would call unqualified visitors at the time, out, and we're bringing them closer in. So starting with awareness, bringing them through middle of the funnel to the intent, and then conversion. Conversion for us as the DMO is really a handshake out to our business partners here in the community. And so we have done the job by bringing them closer to you. Those that might not have found Bluffton on their own, we, through our channels, have brought them closer to the businesses here and into the community. And with that, and the lessons that we have garnered from this prior year into this new fiscal year, we bring forward a budget here of a request to the town of Bluffton, to you, Mayor, and the council of, I have to look down, $365,000 for your consideration.
Before we go any further, two things, if you can just lightly touch on it. One was, I noticed that Florida had jumped ahead of North Carolina and South Carolina for whatever reason. And then the second one that was of interest to me was on your three primary reasons to visit Bluffton. The top one was Heritage Attractions, Museum, and Historical Tours, which I think we all take pride in up here because we worked hard to preserve our historical structures and to keep our history alive. And so I was shocked to see that because the number two was beaches, which would be Hilton Head beaches, of course. So maybe you might just touch on those two.
Yeah, so those are both pieces from the visitor profile study, I believe. Part of that is just in differences in how people respond to surveys. Obviously, with any survey, there's always the bias of a survey. It's going to be answered by the kind of person who answers the survey, right? So it kind of self-selects. So that's part of the difference that may change year over year. I would like to think it's because we're doing a really good job of advertising those pieces to our consumers, and it's having an impact on them when they come and visit the town. In regards to having an uptick in people from Florida, part of that can just be, again, visitor preferences, the way we're targeting specific consumers, that high-value consumer. Our message may be reaching pockets of them in Florida, and so that may be a new or emerging market that we're reaching and is coming in. But it really just kind of depends. We do see Florida kind of move up and down the list, especially with Jacksonville being so close and being such a big population center. We do kind of see them creep up the list from time to time.
Thank you.
And if you will, I think it's a good opportunity to introduce the fact that in his efforts, Chase understands that with AI and just technology overall, kind of really being top of mind, how we're addressing research overall as we present it going forward. And so we're doing some test case, and I just wondered if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so there's two pieces that we're really looking into AI on, because my mentality is AI is here. You can embrace it or you can fight against it, but the people who fight against it are going to end up losing. It's here whether we like it or not. So one end that we are using it, the visitor profile study is a big example. In the past, a lot of that has been done through surveying, but I spoke with our research partners at the College of Charleston, Dr. Daniel Gutentag and his partner Melinda Patience, and we agreed that we have these new AI tools available that are giving us reliable demographic information, information that may be more reliable than simple surveying. So going forward, we're going to be incorporating some of that into the visitor profile study. So the information you see is not just going to be based on who answered the survey that day, but rather on a totality of the people who came and visited Bluffton during the year. I think that will give a much clearer, a much more representative picture of who our travelers are. I don't expect it to change a whole lot. We have noticed that his techniques do line up fairly closely, but when we're talking about statistics, you want to be as close as possible. And age in particular is one we'd like to get a better handle on. Our survey is online, so the kind of person who's answering that right now is going to skew a little bit younger than our traveler may when we look at the AI piece through geofencing. And then to briefly touch on the other part, I already mentioned with Google's AI search, it's really disrupted the search space. So what we're trying to do is make our websites more AI friendly. Again, we're embracing that, right? So what we want to do is make sure that even if we're, getting less visitations to our website, when you go into Google and you type in, things to do in Bluffton, at the top of the list, you'll get a list of events or a list of things to do in town. And that list is going to be pulling from our website. We want to be the source of record that the AI is pulling from, so that even if the person never makes it to our website, our partners are getting that same traffic through the AI because we made sure that we were the source of record that the AI will be pulling from.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's a great example of, again, being nimble and being relevant with what is currently happening. And that, we make our contracts and we have metrics in there, but things change so quickly within the technology and digital space that we have to be ready to go. And I think Chase has really brought some great opportunities for it. So we're excited to bring those forward to you on a regular basis and excited to share with you what that looks like.
Mr. Mayor, I have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Burden.
How did the occupancy, I think it was 77.4%, how did that change year over year? Do you know?
I believe it was down right at 1%. It was relatively flat, I believe, if I have my numbers correct. I don't have them in front of me, but I did look at them earlier today, and I do think it was fairly stable from last year.
And then what about the ADR? It was 129. Do you know what that change was year?
I believe that was also fairly flat. Yeah, I don't think there was a huge variance year to year on those numbers.
So on the region or the vacation planner, do members pay extra to be in that?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you get money from members to do that, and then also I know that it's budgeted like 81,000
Right.
from us as well.
So the breakdown is for the cost that goes to, and I get more detail for you. And it is for paper, it is for our publishing company, and it is for the fulfillment component of it as well.
Okay. And then what is your top social media app?
In terms of standalone number, or are you saying just which one is it in general?
I mean, in standalone number, but then in, I guess, engagement. I don't know if it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
So Facebook overall for the destination is the driver, but Instagram is really coming through to be the number two. I think people are engaging more because people like the quick videos or stories or reels that they're seeing, and I think that's how people are digesting. That is a lighter version of what's happening on TikTok. As you know, TikTok is really where we're seeing a younger demographic of individuals living, but really are tried and true when you look at who has been with us the longest, and where we see growth is really on that Facebook platform. But quickly right behind it would be Instagram. I can get the numbers for you and break down, but in total, that was the numbers that we shared for you as a whole.
I know I saw that. I think Instagram, it's about 13,500 followers for the Bluffton. Do you know how that changed year over year? Is that?
Absolutely get those for you, and we can share with you also the engagement pieces. I don't have it broken down by platform, but I can for you.
Who does your social media?
We do it in partnership with our digital agency, just Urban Interactive. So we do it.
Are they out of here as well?
They're not, no. They're out of Nova Scotia, Canada.
Okay.
But we have boots on the ground here and are working real time with them to ensure, real-time content is created and used.
I'm hoping, I see it's a lot of money that goes towards it. The social marketing and the paid social, is that $37,000?
Right, and I think when we're looking at the efforts of budget and where it's spent, I think we are working back to an opportunity where we know social media is working very hard for us in this disruptive timeframe of when digital is really a challenge right now. And so though we're being nimble and working very closely with all things that we can do to ensure the website, social is really the one that is feeding that opportunity the most consistently with the least amount of disruption. And so I think it's best, and our point of view would be to foster the platforms that are working the hardest for us.
I agree. I think I'm just surprised that for that much money that there's not a greater following than that 13,500. I was really, to be honest, kind of shocked by it. I would have expected that to be probably 3 or 4 times that number. So I hope to see a change in that. I know I met with a group of merchants last night who business is down. I mean, businesses are struggling in our town right now. They want to see more from the chamber to help with it. And so I would be remiss if I did not mention that. And, as we're being asked for money, I want to see you do as much as you can to help draw tourists to Bluffton to get them in our business.
Yeah, we've noticed the same thing. We're way slower the last 2 years, actually. I mean, last year and this year so far. In Bluffton, just not nobody's fault.
And we're not specific to Bluffton. That's something that's happening across not just the town of Bluffton, but all of the country and beyond. I think people, due to a couple different things with the change in administration, with uncertainty in the economy, just people are traveling differently today. And I think that the first half of the year brought on a bit more of that opportunity to kind of pull back. We're also seeing changes in how people are traveling, where before we would get 3 to 6 months to work with them on how are they going to travel, where are they going to go, how we can tell our story. They're now making a decision in 3 weeks. They're doing a lot more of the drive vacations than they were in the past. And so just, again, things are really different than they were not just even last year. And so when we look at how we can engage with our potential consumer and bringing them in, but also foster those that have been here, that is a part of our strategy in terms of bringing them back and also creating new. And we're constantly looking at our competitive market, our competitive set around us, who might be, have what is our fair share compared to what they have in terms of not only visitors, but followers on social media platforms. So it is are things that we are looking at, but what we will do is break down those numbers for you, and not just the number, right? Because the number of visitors that you have is important to your social media, but it's also really the bigger story of engagement. And are they engaged with you as a brand? Are they talking about it? Are they sharing it? Are they doing something with it? And so we'll also make sure that you have that number as part of the story, so you can see not just for one platform, but all of our social media broken down.
I had a comment, Mayor. 2 things. Thank you for your presentation, Ari. I applaud you all for leaning into some constructive criticism that was given a few years back in terms of not being so monolithic in a certain approach, but also like capturing the full essence of all of Bluffton. And I would say within the last few years, you guys have done a great job of that. I definitely like the content that's being shared in our spaces and in the vacation planner. I would also just like to add to some of the questions I know some of the council members have. I don't know if you all have experienced or gotten feedback from it, but I know when I've had conversations with some visitors who've come to Bluffton either for dining experiences or they love walking down Calhoun for the shops or everyone's in love with the Wright Family Park and other things. One of the biggest drawbacks I hear from visitors is that there's not a hotel here that's as reflective or is like conducive to what they want to stay in, so that becomes a drawback. I know for some folks, they stay on Hilton Head, but they come to Bluffton because, no slight against Hilton Head, they love Bluffton better, but Bluffton doesn't really have a lot of accommodations in terms of the type of traveler with the numbers that you put up. We, outside of Palmetto Bluff or Bluffton Inn, the other hotels just are not going to attract families in that range. So it's kind of reality really for council that we're going to have to look at helping the DMO, work for us in a way too. If we bring the people here, but we have to have something too that keeps them here. We know right now our dining, the essence, the nature of our town certainly does that. But in terms of heads to beds, which is the MO of the DMO and ATAC, we really don't have a lot of variety for the average salary range we're attracting. And I said all that to say, is that something that you all have heard or have gotten feedback on as well?
Not specifically in the most recent months, but it has been a conversation that we've had throughout the years of, just how we can help support those opportunities as they come forward. But yes, I think it's an important conversation because what that really is talking about is what's the future look like, right? So we have the 4 properties that pour into the ATAC opportunity. And from that, and again, those 4, what else can we bring to the table or what other offerings in terms of flags could they have?
Thank you.
Anything from anybody else? I think we're good.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Natalie.
Okay, up next we have consideration of an intergovernmental agreement with South Carolina Municipal.
Mayor, we need you for council
You're still stuck with me.
Natalie saying.
I'm still here.
Natalie, stay up here. You're trying to get rid of her before she finishes.
Oh, I thought you
You wanted to keep me, now you want to get rid of me.
Oh, I see. I thought that we were just doing the presentation.
Okay. This is now a recommendation to extend the current agreement with the DMO. There's an option in their current contract to renew for 2 years, and then also approve the budget that was recommended. Just a little bit of background, state law does require that 30% of the state ATAX funds be managed by an organization, and that organization submit a budget every year. This same presentation was presented to ATAC at its May meeting, and they have recommended what was presented. And again, included in this recommendation is the 2-year renewal that will go into effect for this upcoming fiscal year. As you had just seen what Ariana has presented, this is the budget breakdown of the marketing plan. This shows this current fiscal year against the upcoming fiscal year.
So, can I ask? So the 30% that they're required to get by law?
Yes.
Where's that number? I mean, what was that? What they budgeted for?
This is their proposed 30% that if they were to receive what their projection is, what that budget is and what they would do with it.
But that 30% is only based on what we make.
Right.
It is not guaranteed.
Right.
If the revenues for ATAX are down, they'll get less money. If it's up, they'll get more money.
30%.
Well, 30% by state law.
Of the actual.
Of the actual.
Percent is his question.
Would we have to, do we, I should know all this, I've done this so long. So if we don't make, I mean, if the 30% does not make your budget that we vote to approve, then we have to make up the difference?
No.
No, not at all.
Explain that.
We work on a quarterly basis with you and receive the funding. And so what happens is when we receive the funding, we adjust accordingly. So this is the proposed plan based on our controller, Ray Deal, and the team here at the town of Bluffton, working closely on three confirmed budget allocations or quarterly allocations and a projection on what Q4 will be. And so based on that, he was able to work alongside the town to come up with this forecasted number of 365. And with that, we plan against it in these channels. And then on a quarterly basis, we go back and adjust accordingly if those are higher or lower, and we report those out to you. So say on Q1, the projection is lower than we had forecasted, we would take down opportunities in different areas of these line items. And so as you can see, we've adjusted accordingly when we had to right side from losing the local accommodation tax. We weren't able to fulfill some of those line items there. We would do accordingly. If the state aid tax was lower, we would adjust accordingly as well. So things that could come down right off the bat could be we adjust in video or photography. We could adjust in the social media platform. So we would make those adjustments accordingly, but in partnership. We wouldn't do it in a silo. We would work with Natalie and the team.
I'm confused why you would have that kind of flexibility if you already priced these line items. Why would you have that kind of flexibility?
So the opportunity is to work within areas that we have, like the video and photography. We would like to have the opportunity to go out on a quarterly basis and shoot current content and video to make sure that the content is speaking seasonally to the destination. But if we had to pull back in Q2 because those dollars weren't there, we could adjust accordingly. Those are things that we hire within, the quarter that it takes place. But that's what we know we would spend on that opportunity if given that it went to the budget accordingly.
Any questions, council?
Okay. So as stated, staff recommends approving the resolution to renew the contract for a 2-year term, the 2026 marketing plan, and then the next step would be the town manager will authorize a resolution. Any questions?
No.
Okay, and I have a recommendation.
I make a motion to approve the resolution as outlined on the screen.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, up next, we have consideration of an intergovernmental agreement with South Carolina Municipal Insurance and Risk Financing Fund for risk sharing for property and casualty coverage, including tort liability and automobile coverage for the town of Bluffton. Stephen Peck.
Mayor and Town Council. So I'm here tonight to present consideration of an IGA. SMRF is what it's called, so that we don't have to say that name over and over again. SMRF. A lot of acronyms in this one. So just a little bit of background on the town's insurance. So the Insurance Reserve Fund, or IRF, is our primary provider. So think of your automobile, common collision, liability, your inland marine items. So any kind of equipment like public services might have that's out there, high dollar amounts, buildings and property, and also our tort liability. And that renews annually on May 30th. And then our state accident fund, that they provide our workers' compensation insurance, and that renews annually on January 1st. So IRF being our primary provider for those policies, we knew about some changes that were going to be coming with this May 30th, the date that just passed, with our policies. So as you can tell, a lot of those deductibles were increasing pretty hefty amounts. And also they've made us aware that for FY27, there would be some rate increases, as you can see there, which would amount to at least a $70,000 impact for the renewal this time next year. So knowing those things, staff decided to look at what are some alternatives just to, we're being fiscally responsible, what are other options out there. Some different ones that we looked into. So there's the South Carolina Association of Counties, but you have to be a county to join it. So kind of ruled that one out. There's commercial insurance policies and also self-insurance. So you would set aside a pool of funds to, pay for any claims that would arise. But there's also, MASC has an offering. They have the SMRF fund and also the SMIT fund. So SMRF essentially operates the same as IRF, same type of coverages, tort liability, auto coverage. And then SMIT will also provide our workers' compensation protection. So we reached out to MASC. We did the application. Consisted also of an interview with their loss control team. So we reviewed our current policies and procedures. They offered some opportunities where we could further minimize risk. We conducted self-risk assessments here at Town Hall and also the police department, just going through the same type of thing, our policies, procedures, what are some areas we can improve on. And then they also came down here to do a site visit to meet staff and also assessed our town properties and buildings. So in April, we received our proposals back from IRF and MASC. So as you can tell, IRF's was a little bit lower in that cyber liability portion. Just to note that cyber liability insurance is not offered through IRF, but that is the amount that we had budgeted for FY26, just to show that comparison. And MASC does include $1 million of cyber insurance at no additional cost to members. And here are some comparisons of the deductible. So while the premiums might be a little bit lower for IRF, the MASC deductibles are lower, which can help when those claims come through. And then some additional SMRF benefits. So like I mentioned before, members are entitled to $1 million in cyber insurance at no cost. There are some grant opportunities available to public services and police departments. So they look at ways that you're going to help mitigate risk, with tasers or, background checks or, putting piece of equipment on public service equipment to limit, any kind of injuries and things like that. And then also some additional benefits. You get 5% premium credits for completing those annual self-risk assessments, which, like I said, we did both of those. So we would plan to do those every year. And then you also get an additional 2% discount if you're enrolled in both the SMRF and SMIT program through MASC. So in looking at SMIT, we would apply to join later this fall since our state accident fund policy expires at the end of this year. There's some earlier termination penalties, so we would wait till that expires and then make the switch. And then preliminary estimates reflect a cost savings of over $60,000 by switching before any potential discounts or credits. So when you look at the whole snapshot, when you look at the IRF and the state accident fund workers' comp policy, that gets you to about $980,000 total. And then when you compare the MASC estimated premium, so both policies, and then you include those policy discounts, it's a pretty significant savings. And we are pretty impressed with talking with our loss control team. They're very proactive to try to minimize risk, which would then lower our premiums in the future. So definitely looking forward to partnering with them. And then here's the timeline. So 6/30, our policies will remain effective with IRF through this date. And then if we were to approve this, our SMRF coverage would become effective the same day to ensure no gaps in coverage. And then later this fall, staff would apply to join SMIT. We would present a similar agreement to participate in SMIT to town council. Our workers' compensation coverage would remain effective with state accident fund through the end of this year. And then on January 1st, SMIT workers' compensation coverage would become effective. And then here's the recommended motion. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I have a question. If you could go back to the breakdown screen. I noticed that the premium there in the left column for tort liability where it's the 285 and then the estimated premium we see from MASC, is that drop down reflective of the recent tort reform that they were working on at the State House, or is that just?
I don't believe so. The primary for this was we had to provide 5 years of claims history for both our workers' comp and everything else. So they went through the different claims. They had questions on each one, and they had the payouts and what those were. So I think that's why that number was a lot higher than.
And I only ask that because I know that in terms of coverage, that and workers' comp are the highest, and just wanted to see if there would be an opportunity at some point to see those be at a more comparable rate.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
No, sir.
Mr. Hamilton?
No, sir.
Miss Emily
No
Brown?
question.
Say yeah?
No.
Oh. Okay, there's a motion on the screen. Would someone like to make it?
I make a motion to approve the resolution as shown on the screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Up next, we have approval to authorize a construction contract with Nix Construction Company, Inc. for construction of the New River Linear Trail fiscal impact, $4,108,518.11.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to present another construction contract for your review and consideration. This one is for the New River Linear Trail. This is just a location map that shows that the trail originates at the New River Linear Trailhead Park and then extends southward towards the New River and then northward towards Sun City. The trail itself is 3.2 miles. It's a 10-foot wide asphalt path. And we will be including a covered pier down at the New River, or a fishing pier, and then a reconstruction of 3 timber bridges that exist out there right now. We did follow the procurement requirements and bid the project through an IFB, and we received 2 bids, with Nix Construction was determined to be the lowest qualified responsive bidder. Our request tonight is for town council to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with Nix Construction for $3,423,765.09. Additionally, we're going to ask for a 20% contingency to allow for any unforeseen changes that may arise during construction. So the total fiscal impact is $4,108,518.11. And that dollar amount is within the projected and approved budget. So the next steps are, if you all approve this contract tonight, we would go ahead and initiate a pre-construction meeting. And then at that pre-construction meeting, we would issue a notice to proceed. We hope to start this work this summer, and it's expected to last until next summer, the summer of 2026. That was a quick go through, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Otherwise, there's a motion on the screen.
Do we have a deadline for the work to be completed?
I don't know that there's a specific deadline on, finance might be able to tell me on that, the money received from the state.
I would have to look, but I'm not sure this.
I don't know that there is.
Well, with the contractor, do you have any agreement as to when it's supposed to be finished?
Yeah, it's in the contract. I think it's in your package, but we are estimating a schedule for a year's time frame.
But that is in the contract?
Yes.
So if it's not done by a certain date, then you know what I mean? Some of these jobs get put off for a long time. Long time.
We have pretty good track record with Nix Construction.
Yeah. I
They've
know.
delivered their projects on time and under budget, actually.
I'm just going to ask it about every contract. Not this was just the one here tonight. Questions from council? Yes, sir.
What is the linear feet of this trail?
Get my calculator out. It's 3.2 miles times 1,607 feet.
And so 3.2 miles is going to cost us $4 million.
I'm hoping it's going to, the original amount that we got in the contract will cover it. We're just, when we have a bid, we only have 2 bids, and there's quite a bit of difference between the two. We like to put in at least a 20% contingency to cover any unforeseen things that might happen.
The other thing to go along with this is we received $2 million from the state to fund this project, from appropriation from our legislative delegation. We also have been working with the power company that has that has an easement across this, and they're contributing funds to help cover the cost to rebuild the bridges, which is one of the major expenses on this, because those 3 bridges are going to be built back to allow their vehicles to drive across them so they can access the easement, and I think they're contributing somewhere between $400,000 to $600,000 to help construct those bridges. So about $2.5 million of the overall project budget will be contributed from the grants and the partner with this.
And Nix is building those bridges as part of this contract?
Correct, as well as the pavilion at the end of the overlook at the river. So it's more than just the paving that goes along with it. It's also the bridges and the overlook at the new river.
So our part in this is 1 to 1.5 million.
If it goes to using the full contingency. If it doesn't go to using the full contingency, then we've received, it'd be hopefully just under $1 million.
And this coming out of capital improvement?
Yes, sir. And it's within the budget that's been put in there. Just the reason I say that is because we originally were planning that we would only be able to do the first phase of it, but because we were able to get the funds from these different agencies, the amount of money we set aside, we're actually able to complete the entire project at once rather than having to phase it in.
Tough question, but are we agreeing to this amount of money because we're getting help from the state?
No, sir, we're agreeing to this amount of money because that's what the cost to do the work is.
Okay.
Any more questions from anyone? Someone want to make a motion?
I make the motion to approve the contract for Nick's Construction as shown on the screen.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear you say nothing.
Maybe.
That's unanimous. I vote for six. How about you? Did I hear you?
I was good.
Are y'all good?
Yeah.
Okay.
One.
Why don't we do consent?
And let's go.
And then when we go into
That's fine,
exec.
absolutely.
Up next, we have the consent agenda item. Would anybody like to remove anything off of the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
For
Second.
Or
personnel matters regarding town council appointments of boards, committees, and commissions pursuant to Freedom of Information Act 30-4-70. Discussion relating proposed access encroachments in Old Town for the purpose of street right of way. Freedom of Information 30.4-70. Discussions relating to arrangements for proposed land acquisition in the area of Old Town pursuant to the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act 470. Personnel matters relating to town manager annual review pursuant to South Carolina Freedom of Information Act 337. Is there a motion?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We are in executive session. Out of executive session, there were no votes taken, no decisions. We do have business coming. We have a motion. Ms. Burden, you have a motion?
I do. I would like to make a motion to appoint Lisa Solka to the Historic Preservation Commission with a term expiring on June 30th, 2028.
So discussion? Is there a second?
A second.
And reappointments.
Okay, and I can do these at the same time.
Wait, are we voting on this one?
I thought I had to do them separately, but apparently I
You
don't.
can do them all at once.
Oh, okay.
I make a motion to reappoint the following citizens to the town's boards, commissions, and committees with all terms expiring June 30th, 2028. Ellen Shoemaker to the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, Dan Shafrida to the Beautification Committee, Scott Middleton, David Donnell, and Mike Ricard to the Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals, Charlie Wetmore and Jim Flynn to the Planning Commission, George Bailey to the Law Enforcement Citizens Advisory Committee, Bryn Bowler, Pam Davis, and Raquel Henderson to the Public Art Committee, and Ms. Annalora Harrell to the Wall of Honor Committee.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'll give it to her.
You have a copy?
You got it, copy already? Okay.
We have one more piece of business pertaining to town manager.
Well, there's
There's
land acquisition stuff on here that,
There's no motion on, there's no action on any of the other stuff.
thank you, Mayor. All right, so pertaining to the town manager's review and contract, I make a motion that we move that we increase Mr. Spitz's salary to $192,000, that his new contract be extended for 2 years with a 1-year extension similar to current contract, that he receive the same cost of living raise that other employees receive, and that the other terms of the contract be repeated. It's the motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous.
You would make him.
Adjourn.
Second.
We are